let me answer. So I'm gonna say yes. I'm I mean, of course I'm gonna stick with my freedman first, but
Love, you're gonna
in,
have to jump in, girl, eventually.
yeah, in a situation where we talking about life or death, and it's this R war, right? This C war that's gonna inevitably be a R war too. Yeah,
If you guys are joining us, yes, yeah, we're all TV, society, Pontus networks, all that. We really have to narrow down the branding here eventually. But what we're doing is we're trying out a live stream program where we're kind of joining different spaces. Sometimes we'll speak on the stage. Sometimes we'll just kind of chill in the audience. Sometimes we'll pause the audio if we want to speak over or something. And then we're still going to have our regular spaces, but they're usually going to be scheduled ahead of time. So we had X Society Truth Towers last night. That is recorded. If you want to get in my profile or at Carcos Cooper, you can listen or watch the recording. But we're going to be streaming some spaces this morning, guys. I hope you all will have a good time. Let me do a quick sound check while that's going on. But again, if you guys have any questions or concerns or comments or ideas for turtles, throw them in the chat. Wonderful. I can try and do a sound check on the audio. And if we're all set, then we're all set, and we're going to have a great Saturday morning.
Why
Can I
hasn't that
say
been
something?
happening
Oh
anyway?
yeah.
because we don't print the money.
Can I
So,
say
well, I mean,
something?
you're not going to be printing the money. So when is that
I
gonna
think
happen? Like,
that I wouldn't team up with these people. And the reason being is because I have a channel that I hear from. So I hear yeah, I only am able
And I just realized I was muted. With that topic, you can probably realize, like, yeah, are Black Americans prepared for a race war, civil war in 2022 or in 2025? Yeah, I'm not requesting a mic for that one. Are you kidding me? Look at my skin color. I'm not requesting a mic. I do want to listen, though. I think it's interesting. So we're going to listen along and be very careful not to click speaker, okay?
But both of y'all should be
We're
able
going to
to.
unmute this in a second, but we're going to try and highlight the people whose spaces we're going
I just
into.
wanted to know where
So
you were
this is the
from.
guy that we're checking out first. His name is
No,
That
she
Kid
just asked you where you
at
was
the
from.
LJ, so DLJ
I'm
She
Beats,
just
trying to get
asked you where you
closer
was
um,
from.
to you guys'
DJL
name.
Beats at space. So go check out that space, guys. I put a show thing
Man,
here.
hold
So
on,
check it
man.
out.
One thing we
Only
cannot
roll,
do,
as you guys could tell when
we
I popped in
cannot
here.
duck the
Um,
popcorn.
X Society doesn't send these people, guys. They don't send these people. So like be nice, be civil. If you request a mic, remember we do not control these stages. Even if I request a mic anytime this morning, get on the stage, I don't control the stage. Even if someone I know is like a friend of the Morning Acts or X Society, at the end of the day, it's their stuff. So we have control over this live stream. Maybe we'll bring on Jay Blanc, maybe we'll bring on Carquest Cooper. But like, if it's not our stream, it's not our space. We default to the host. So let's listen to DJ L Beats. He's always brought a good perspective. And again, I'm gonna shut up a little bit because I don't know. I mean, I'm not prepared for a race war, but I'm wondering if Black Americans are.
If we can just let her finish her thought, and then Jasmine, she may be open to answering your question.
no cap, I forgot what I was about to say. I genuinely did. It's not even that's crazy.
It'll come back if it was real. You know we love you.
If I could
oh, yeah.
interject right here, what's up, everybody? So when I heard different points since I've been back on here, and I agree with points on both sides. I understand where people say that um, sectioning off people and say this is the only.
And we're also going to try and be nice to whoever is co-hosting here on those spaces. So check out all these speakers, guys. Again, these are not X Society speakers, but we're going to be speaking over those spaces for the drama and the ideas. Be cool. All of them. So follow all these speakers. Maybe yeah. So follow him. He's already brought some good perspectives, and if you disagree with him. So again, I'm going to show again. Can we?
that they're evil, they're dirty, they're this and that. And it's like we talk about it, and we've actually, and being on this app has actually reminded people and even opened other people to the understanding that, there's just a class of folks that don't like us. Listen, and look, bro, I get it. I get and listen, and this is. I used to be a part of what you're a part of, bro. I went to the school for a year. I know Joshua. All right, so it's like I'm not saying that it's bad to link up with people who are Caribbean or whatever, because yeah, there are people who benefited, that helped us, along the years. We understand Malcolm's lineage. Like if y'all remember that scene with West Indian Archie, my mother's from Grenada and all of that. But Malcolm was a rider, you know what I'm saying? And we support Malcolm. We believe in Malcolm. We agree with him. We love
So,
that brother.
hold on, Grimes.
Oh,
I gotta ask you. So,
mhm.
are you saying that we gonna selective politic on this tether shit that all y'all pushing?
Listen, it's
Because
all about codification at the end of the day. We just
so,
know
but y'all, I'm just saying. But you
right?
saying, so they saying Malcolm X is a tether.
I wouldn't call him a tether because he was on code. It's only the ones
But
that.
so
But see,
so
see, this is the
Farrakhan,
thing.
so Farrakhan.
Hold a second, because let me get to the tether thing. Because the reason why people now you got your extremists. Now we a lot of people will blame the tether thing on Tariq or Jason Black or whatever, but these brothers have at some point
What's the tether thing? I don't know what that means, but I'm making the thing.
FBA is on point. Someone from Akunin or
So some people are talking FBA and stuff. I think that's foundational Black Americans, essentially like reset for what that is. How Black people are in slavery. The argument is that there should be reparations paid by the U.S. government for that mistreatment and lost labor and all this other stuff. If you ask me my opinion, I think it's practically impractical. I just think that it's not going to get it done. I think that one of the best ways to probably do this is probably on the platinum plan, invest in small businesses, invest in the community. But like, I always hear it out. I think it's an interesting conversation topic, but that's what FBA stands for. If you hear it, and typically FBA activists tend to be from the of Black Americans, so they tend to be African American.
of that particular organization. But shout out to people like Brother Reza Islam, who's on the disinformation dozen list because he was calling out the bullshit. In fact, I think the reason why they target Reza and Farrakhan when they did online was because they was writing books. They was telling everybody, putting everybody look. They finna hit everybody with a pandemic. They finna come out with these jabs or whatever. Something that
But hold on, Grimes. Hold on, bro. You ain't addressing it, bro. I hear niggas on this motherfucking app call people who are prominent in the community that are not American, Black American, fucking tethers. Why?
So if that is a slur, guys, and I just used it, I apologize. I don't know what tethers means. So first off, YouTube do not demonetize me, please. But also, I'm not urban.
goes
So
down.
what we saying? Hold on, Grant. So what we saying? They are FBA and ADOS extremists on this motherfucker.
Yeah,
Do anybody on stage
Yes.
identify themselves as an ADOS or FBA extremist?
Okay, so I got it for you guys. Here's what you know about tether. Tether is the term used by members of the African of the American. So I'm reading. I'm reading Urban Dictionary. It says Negro, but I think it's Negro. Isn't it like African American or whatever? Okay. Used by the American Negro ethnic, later referred to in history as Howard African American Black FBA EOS. So I guess it's going way back historically there. Okay. And it's used to describe African or Korean immigrants who moved to America for economic opportunity, using the benefits of the American Negro civil rights struggle while simultaneously disparaging the history, legacy, and lineage of the Negro American movement. Okay, so essentially it's talking about like people that come over, Black Caribbeans, Black Americans later, after the impacts of kind of fighting for rights and voting and all that stuff. We're done. Got it. Warning.
No, 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 no. Just hold on for a second, and you can finish. Man, I think that's one of the most ridiculous talking points or assertions that one could come up with. It really is. If we're still saying in 2024 that the Honorable Minister Farrakhan, who I believe is probably our most fearless black leader that we have in America. You think about all these so-called black leaders that we have who have been sold out, who have been bought, who go along to get along. And here we have a man who has stood for black people and directly changed black people's lives in a drastic way for decades with real organization, with real structure, with real direction. As the brother Cam said earlier, people are taking alcohol out of their life. We know how alcohol ravages black folks' lives. Smoke.
People, stop smoking, stop drinking. Um, it's awful for you. I'm 1 year. 1 year I went where drinking alcohol, stop drinking. Probably one of the best decisions I've made in my life. I have so much better sleep, getting so much more work done and everything. So it's just like, I think when you're younger and you were in positions, it has its purpose maybe. But the older you get, and when I'm old, I feel like, am I old? I'm 29. I'm old. I feel like it starts to become bigger and bigger trade-offs. So even just like having 2 beers or something, it impacts my sleep and stuff. So I save the money and I end up doing it. I end up spending it on art tools, so yes, benefit, on instrument tools, and then also very good food. So one thing I did notice is that I eat a lot more sweets now that I never drink, so I eat a lot of candy. I don't get fat, so it's wonderful.
Done that. And to call him a tether? Come on, we can do better than that, y'all.
Y'all gotta let me finish. Let me land. I gotta land with this point.
Okay,
The
but
fact, the
but
fact,
to even just
the
but to even
fact
interject
is,
is
you
crazy.
have to. This is why I said there's a trust issue. I get it because there are people who didn't come over here with the best
You tell
intentions.
me, okay,
But
but hold on,
y'all
Grimes.
gotta.
What's the trust issue with Minister Farrakhan? No.
No,
Tell me
no,
what's the
no, no.
trust
It's
issue
not.
with
Let him
Minister
See,
let him
you're
get it
Farrakhan?
out.
making this.
Let him get it out.
Damien, you're making this about Farrakhan and Farrakhan alone. No, I'm talking about the issue that there's a trust issue because of people coming over here and tethering off of the resources that we have for ourselves. There's nothing wrong with coming over here, but when you come over here with some anti-black shit, like stay away from the Akata and all that shit, that's the stuff that we need to have the conversation about. But the thing is, with the extremists, like I talked about earlier, they hear one thing, take it and run with it. Not everybody that's that's African or Caribbean is a tether. We're talking about those that's on that bullshit, but not everybody comes over here on that bullshit. They come over here and actually want to align with us and help us on some, unity and B1 stuff. Now, when it comes to one of the wars that I want to get into is and Love I Am was hitting on it as well. Because you also got to consider one of the forms of warfare is psychological warfare through TV, the messages that they're putting through, stuff that they're using to try.
Most warfare today is psychological warfare.
Health.
Nice realize I had this muted. My apologies, guys. I had it muted. Didn't even realize. If you're watching this note, we are listening to some faces right now. We're listening to an FBA space. We just got the camera things set up. Here's what it looks like. we're gonna have a rock like news update with the Toronto Tribune in the chat here, so you're gonna see it going by. If you have any comments, put them in the chat. But we're gonna listen for a bit. We're gonna talk over it too.
It's a code. I didn't make that up. You can look it up in the 1989 medical encyclopedia and see coronavirus categorized as a common cold. So they had everybody scared for that shit. So that's why I'm saying we got to make sure that we line up with the right people. They can be, listen, one of the biggest people that was pushing the right information was an African woman. You saw they targeted her because they was like, oh, she sounded like a Trump supporter and she's doing all this preaching stuff in her church. They targeted not that Nigerian woman in Texas, but she had the right information. And the drug that she knew that people was using back at home that was making them, that was boosting their immune system and protecting them from catching COVID. So I'm not. So I'm just saying that like you're gonna have people that has good intentions. That's whether they're of the lineage of FBA or somebody who might be a part of diaspora. And then you're gonna have your people that's on BS. But I'm just saying, as a whole, do not. You cannot really fault the Black American. Just like we can't trust, every white person like that. But you might have your cherry pick few that's not on bullshit. You're gonna have your class of people that have the best intentions. Then you're gonna have the people that's just on bullshit. You know, we gotta look at the food and all that. I'm gonna land with this. We gotta look at the food as well and look at the fact.
So you guys, if you're wondering what's going on the right hand side of the screen here, this is Toronto Tribune. This is our semi-satirical newspaper. It's our ex-society newspaper. I'm just doing the Grok headlines here, the Grok fun headlines. So some of them don't make complete sense, but if you want a little bit of news roundup, that's what I want quickly. Now back to the space.
Bullshit with good allies that aren't FBA.
You just gotta pay attention because, and it's like, notice how we can have conversations with people on here in just a matter of a few seconds or a few minutes. You see what the true intentions are. You see what they're really saying. So like, you can't trust everybody like that.
But
You
yo, that
just got
shit
you
just
got you got to
started
pay
though.
close attention to what they're saying or what they're doing.
But yo, that shit just started, yo. During the early 1900s, when during the Harlem Renaissance, we Black America, Brown America, they knew who the fuck the enemy was, bro. Niggas got distracted with these jobs and becoming Americanized because now we killing our children. Kids are killing their parents. Brothers killing each other like over video games and shit. Like yo, like when I was coming up, like a lot of this shit that's happening now in the Black community, that shit wasn't happening because that shit was considered white people sickness. So it's like we are picking up the white man sickness by a lot of the shit that we're doing today. Because a lot of this shit we wasn't doing in the 80s, bro. And I
I
was
think
born
the
in the 80s.
Well,
westernization of things kind of
well,
added
that's
to the
because
problem because even and this is why I said it takes the conversations because as much as at one point um, when we had conversations with people like from Africa or whatever, right, different areas of Africa, then they'll say, okay, yeah, there is a group of people that despise Black Americans and traditionally we've been told stay away from the Ikata and all of that. But then at one point we was blaming it on westernization and white supremacy, and then which is true. I think that added to the problem. But then there was people in our spaces that we actually hosted, like Major Ribs, myself, where some people from certain tribes over there in Africa said, you know what? Yeah, that was a thing, but to be honest, some of these issues actually stem from way beyond, way before the colonization. And notice that a lot of the tribes back over there in Africa are at odds with each other, been at odds with each other for years, and still to this day. So you had your element that was influenced by white supremacy and Americanization and all of that, and then you got some of that stuff that stemmed long before the colonization of those areas over there.
I got you, and it's all
I
it's
just
Can
want
I
it,
to.
can I
it's
just
all
ask a
funded.
I just
question
want
for
to answer.
all y'all in here?
Hold on. Can I say something real quick? 'Cause my phone.
So I think this is kind of the same conversation I often hear when I talk to FBA spaces. So, so we might join something else quickly, but we'll see.
And I understand because I went through my phase of it. Like 15 years ago, I was real hard on MLK. Now you remember a minute ago when I slowed you down when you said that stuff you said about him. You know what I'm saying? And I came and I jumped in. And I said let's not do that. You know what I mean? For 15 years ago, I was talking shit about him. Um, you're gonna have dumb niggas. You know. I
Man,
don't.
fuck this nigga Martin Luther King, man.
You gotta
Whoa,
stop
whoa, whoa,
trolling,
whoa, whoa,
Dale.
wait,
Come
what,
on, stop
what, what,
playing,
what,
bro.
what you talking about? What you talking about, DJ?
I was just trolling.
Okay, okay, let's put that on the record. He trolling. All right, cool.
I don't consider myself an FBA extremist. I'm a reparations hardliner. You know, I think that's the hell. we all should die on. Um, Whoever we got to deal with to achieve that goal, then so be it. But you're gonna have your goofy niggas in anything. For example, you got more black people going to college today than ever before in the history of the United States. So when you go to these college campuses, a lot of these young ladies are getting, for the first time ever, getting taught feminism. And then they run back and get on the internet and they sound really fucking extreme. That's where you get divestors and all that dumb shit from. You know what I'm saying? So you know what I mean? I take it with a grain of salt. I don't pay goofy niggas no mind. You know what I'm saying? So just keep that in mind. You know what I'm saying? Most people, I'll give them the benefit of the doubt. They mean well. ADOS is an organization. FBA isn't. I don't agree with everything ADOS says, but most of it I agree with. I don't want to knock a grassroots organization that push for reparations just because I disagree with little shit here and there. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, and that's it. And my phone getting ready to die, and I'll holler at y'all later. Thank you.
We
Uh,
need to vent like a motherfucker. That's the problem.
Wait. Can I respond? Because I haven't had a chance to speak, and I want to respond to like the Dr. Martin Luther King thing and the Farrakhan thing. I see that it was like two different extremes that's getting played. Like,
Hey, are you black?
Wow. Are we seriously asking him
Yeah.
that?
I don't know this nigga.
And see that right there, like that's a
No,
prime
he black.
example.
He
Like, yeah,
black.
we know he black, but
He's
then
black.
like this, like real quick, like that right there, like that might.
For the record, I am not black, and I do not represent myself as black. One of the good things that I do appreciate about spaces and live streaming is the ability to show people that I am not African American. Not because I would have a problem with that, but because sometimes I join topics with Jimmy, and people think I'm black, and I'm just like, I have to make sure I'm clear. Yo, I'm not black at all. Because sometimes some topics are different. How you talk to different people, can differ. I think I'm gonna find a new space soon after this. We're gonna listen for probably about 5 more minutes, guys. 5 more minutes of this space. I think this was a good one. Remember, Goopal, DJ, L Beats, all these people, very cool. Even if you disagree with the topic, I think what we're trying to do here with the spaces overall is try to get more conversations, get more of a network going. Like I don't agree with everything they're saying. I agree with some points. I don't agree with some others. So I'm commenting over this because sometimes like I might join a stage and speak, and sometimes I might just do a stream and add commentary. So that's what we're doing. We're listening for a few more minutes. I'm going to find the next piece that we're going to feature on Good Morning Next Day.
good faith. You know, that's what's kind of going down. It's nothing problem. It's called what they call delineation, even spiritual delineation. You know, because you have some people that are Christians, and you got some people that believe in another thing, and they belong to another nation, right? So, like, that's just the reality. So, with that being said, that might be some of the hesitation. What that brother wrote in that what they call it, the magazine that y'all hand out, where he said about Yvette Cornell and the lineage-based reparations. That was the issue, bro. That was the issue.
But to say that Farrakhan,
Man, that's ridiculous
it's,
as well.
It's not. Do you want me to post it? It's not
Sound
No, it's
dumb
ridiculous.
as
You
not
can,
hell.
you can, you
ridiculous.
Man,
can.
let's
What
I
move
can
what
back
on
up
we
what
from
I'm
need
this
to
saying.
stop
dumbass
Nigga,
conversation.
Farrakhan and endorsed reparations so many goddamn times.
He didn't
he
endorse
Yeah.
he's
lineage
Muslim.
base. He
He's
didn't.
also
He didn't
not a
endorse lineage
the
base. Stop
largest
the cap.
mass.
Well,
Guys, I have a space that we want to do it. We're in join space. Starting space. Why don't we join that? This is a good space, guys. Go check it out. Starling. Is this up? Says I can listen though. Starling verse. Got it. Starling verse. What? What am I listening to? Can I even have Starling? Does China even have Starlink? I'm really not sure. It's Chinese, right? I'm assuming Chinese. The Starlink in China? Is that Chinese? Okay, I think that was bullshit. I'm pretty sure that was bullshit and not actual Starlink. Or no, I'm completely sure, guys, that that was bullshit and not actual Starlink because it was just saying some random crap. And then I did a quick Google search, and it looks like Starlink, China is launching up their own rockets to compete with SpaceX. So I don't know. I just find that unlikely to be an actual space there. So let's find a different one. We try that one. Who's Zoe? Oh, I see. I'm gonna report that space. Report it. Report abusive behavior, or not abusive behavior. Report impersonation. See, like this is a lie, guys. It's not Starlink, so I'm gonna report this shit. Report post. I don't normally report, but this person is on a Saturday morning. They're like pushing bullshit. They're representing themselves as Starlink, so people might be joining who are customers and all that stuff. So it's misleading, suspicious of spam. It's fake. Okay. It's a crypto coin? Oh my god. That's so stupid. I'm amazed how stupid this is. I hate when people do that. Like, all right, so I understand sometimes you make a crypto coin on something, but like, no one's joining Starlink Space on a Saturday morning because they want to learn about your Web3 cryptocurrency. I joined because I thought it looked like a fun conversation about like space and internet connectivity, and then I joined and it's like some dude speaking Chinese. Like, and I assume it's Chinese. I don't know for sure speaking that, and then. There was like a bunch of people in the space at first. There was about 900 people in the space at first. And you want to, if you want to know why or how to spot if people bought their spaces, so bot, B-O-T, bot and bot, B-O-U-G-H-C. So bot and bot are the same thing. Um, Essentially, like you have your organic listeners and you have your inorganic listeners. Okay, your organic listeners are your viewers, your audience. Those are people that have found you, or you may have advertised them before and you've retained them. But they come into your spaces, they join your live streams, they read your articles because they want to, for the most part. They're real people and they get value out of it. You can sell them things. You can offer advertisements. You can have a fan club, you name it. Those people are part of a community that you actually service. The other part are what's considered, or the other section is inorganic listeners, viewers, engagement, article readers, whatever the content is, whatever the social media is. These are bots. Or they're bots, or they're like mechanical Turks. So sometimes it's literally just a robot that's programmed. Other times, guys, I don't know if they still do this, but there's like server rooms. I've seen these on Instagram before, where it's like one dude is in a room. And it's like lines of phones down the screen, and all he does is like monitor that the screens keep going up and down. The point of that is to try and get you more views, with the logic being if you get more views, you end up getting more attention, and you'll trend higher in the algorithm. The same applies to spaces. On spaces, let's say I start a space right now. I have some people that want to listen to Good Morning X probably would join even if I didn't promote it. But is that space going to get close to 1,000 listeners? Probably. Most likely no, unless I go and try and do a really creative approach to organically market it. Probably no. What people do is they'll have like an initial group of 5 to 10 people that might join if they're on a team, and then they buy bots to come into the room. So oftentimes these bots have like, I don't know if they still do this, but there's like these NFT crypto profile pictures and all this, and you would see them when you would go down and scroll in the space. You would see a bunch of crypto avatars, and then also just like random no name new accounts. So you join a space, Mario space or whatever, and you see like now Mario has more organic listeners because you can go from inorganic to organic. So Mario had organic listeners, and then he had inorganic listeners that he more or less represented with bots. And then because of that, though, he got more organic listeners on the back end from trending higher in the algo. Again, hate the game, not the player. I'm not going to say like, oh my God, Mario is an evil person when he's doing the exact same stuff that 90% of the other people on this platform are doing. And also, people have bought bots in my account before. I've known because they try to change the algorithm and stuff. So you just tell X, and that's that. But like, the thing is, when like let's say 500 people join a botted space, right? If they're all 500 bots, then you get like a little icon that says this space is hot, and you really want to join. And then you join, and then more of your friends join, and it just keeps going. And it's like, okay, so you bought bots to get the space to be popular, and it's fine if you are still testing on a new platform, but it's kind of an issue if the content sucks. And a lot of this content sucks. Honestly, Mario probably produces some of the best content on this app. Mario's team. Most of these other spaces hosts are awful people, and also just awful at what they do. Like, they're really not that entertaining, or there's just a bunch of drama on the back end. So that's part of why I make fun of them on the streams. But it's also kind of why I don't, focus only on spaces right now, because I think that spaces are really artificial. Like, I view them as content that we can spice up, we can talk over, but they're really artificial because, look, Mario, I understand. The random hoe next to Mario that he makes a co-host, like, who wants to listen to that woman? No one wants to listen. But the thing is, the problem is if like put a couple of them together, it's like suddenly it's a big room. And I don't care if 500 people go into a room. It's like it would be like me not caring about someone I dislike getting 500 views on Twitch or YouTube. It really is irrelevant to me if people I don't like or think are obnoxious get views. It really, really doesn't, as long as they stay away from me, which is what I want. Pretty much what I do is I just do a soft block on people that I find are sketchy. So I do a soft block, so I'll never mention them again. But like, the thing is, for those people, look, they're trying to make a play, they're trying to become popular. I get it. I just don't see the point in competing as much for like 500 to 1,000 people that are mostly going between the same audiences, because that's what a lot of these people are doing. They're not bringing in new audiences outside of Mario and outside of a few other spaces. They're not bringing in new audience people. They're kind of moving the same audience around. So like I'm being very careful not to mention the names, but just think about the 10 biggest FaceTime. So FaceTime means showing your face to most spaces hosts, not the ones that are hosting the biggest spaces. I mean the ones that try to get themselves to be known as the spaces people. Like, those people are sharing a lot of the same audience. Part of that is because they're teaming up, but also part of it's just like the audience for people listening to spaces is a lot smaller than people think right now, because X hasn't really developed it. Now that might change after Elon Musk and Donald Trump have their interview on Monday, particularly if it goes well, because that is projected beyond spaces. But I'm not going to join. Right? So these are two people who they don't mind if you make fun of them. The Krasensteins. The Krasensteins actually probably have not quite Mario content, but have better quality in terms of production, not in terms of views, spaces. That's bad, guys. If Krasenstein Media is like your second most polished thing, that's not great. In X Society, I know like we're a business and all, or we're trying to be a business, but the thing is like we're not really looking at it the same way. We're not trying to put together like a Mario show. I feel like we're trying to put together streams and put together a variety of content more a la a network. And I don't think we focus specifically just on spaces anymore. I think we're social audio, social video, all together throughout a community. Like in games, news, all of that. Because that's kind of how I think about X Society. So for X Society, for us, Spaces is a channel for us. It's a lane that we can use. We might set up more spaces and launch more spaces. For example, if X starts promoting them better, the app is more stable and people are going to join without having to, go to very artificial means. And also, one thing that's really annoying is I don't know how to find spaces on the internet. Okay, let me rephrase that. I don't know how to find spaces on web. Can anyone explain to me how to easily find these on desktop? Because I had to go into my phone and I had to change with profile. I had to get a profile customization. And I had to press like the spaces icon, I had to press it, and then I can find the space. So since we're doing that, I've spoken for a long time. I'm gonna go try and find a space that we can join. That should be decent. Chit chat on Saturday maybe? Do I know these people? It's fine if I don't know them. I just want to make sure no one I hate or hates me is there. Happening now. A lot of these spaces are Nigerian. Is there like a big Nigeria audience in the designers hangout? All right, let's go to the designers hangout. This one looks pretty good. Get X.com. Vic Armando. So the next profile we're going to is Vic Armando. The takeout guys a ton. All right, so this is either going to be a Web3 crypto spam room or it's going to be half decent, let's say.
Yeah. Welcome to Designers Hangout.
Are they, are they speaking English? Okay, I'm not thinking mad. They're
They come
definitely
back
not
said
speaking
already.
English, though.
No feet. No feet.
No worry. If take out follow our hand, Chucks day, Jude's day, Timex day, so more
All
no
of them
worry.
go come.
Are they speaking
Only
English?
you go no go
I
come.
just can't
No
understand.
one knows.
No worry, I will send them invoice this night. No fear.
Oh yeah, Denver, please can we have you then? Or got ticket to go next?
Sorry, Denver. Just before you speak, right? I just want to say this again, right?
Oh, I
So,
feel awful.
in
I
as much
thought they
as,
weren't
like I
speaking
said
English.
earlier, I would like to reiterate that this space is
God.
actually open to. And this particular episode is open to everybody. We could take everything
I
we
hear
could
you
learn
now as
on
well.
sales and marketing, every single person, whether you're a content creator, whether you're an influencer, community, whatever. Like for this particular space, yeah, that's it. It's not going to be like design, or dev. So it just needed to say that. Go on.
Okay. My hands have been up since. Can you guys hear me?
100.
Am I being heard?
Yes,
Oh,
100.
perfect. First things first. Shout out to you, Biba. You've got an amazing voice. I must say, you've got an amazing voice. Your voice is lovely. So
Oh,
yeah,
thank you.
yeah. The voice. Your name also is top notch. Trust me.
Thank you. It's actually Habiba, but Biba for sure.
Oh,
Chuck,
oh,
Chuck, see what you're raising. Chucks, look at what you're raising. Not who. See what.
oh. That's lovely. That's lovely. So yeah, guys. I was having a cool conversation on the NSG group, and then they informed me that something is happening here, and I was like, "Come, that designers hangout is always I don't know." Until they made mention of the fact that they have.
Okay, guys, I tried it. I just can't quite hear them super well. Probably an interesting topic, but we're gonna go find another room here. No big deal. Let's try chit chat on Saturday. Belfast Beatnik. And remember, if you like any of these rooms, go check out the hosts. Belfast, Belfast Beatnik.
Oh my God. I was just like, oh shit, okay.
Hey guys, so we have a new space for you. This guy's is a general Saturday chit chat space. So we're gonna listen for a bit. We might pause to talk over it and all that. Oh, and remember to share and like this stream if you can. Go to YouTube, Rumble, the other social sites, like and subscribe. Just
And then I said, well, being an Irish woman, blah, blah. And I was just in the middle of a conversation and somebody went, "You're Irish? You're Irish? Oh, right. Okay. Oh, we thought they were somebody different." And it was like, right. Okay. What do you think I was? "We thought you were English." I'm like, right. Okay. "No, I'm Irish." And they went, "Oh, well, okay. I'm Irish too." That's the way it goes. And it happens in real life on holiday as well. I was like, "Oh, you're Irish. Oh, it's fine then. It's okay that you can't speak the language."
Next time you travel, bring a whole bunch of those little British flags and then just plant them in the ground and say, "It's your warning." Just kidding, I'm Irish.
You have an evil sense of humor, my love, and that's
I
why I love you.
do. Sometimes the best way to make friends is to make jokes.
Hello, Wednesday. How are you today? It's not Wednesday,
Hello.
it's Saturday. It's Saturday, Wednesday.
I know. I'm doing okay, although I've got a think I've got a chest infection that's clinging on for dear life. But just going back to what Lola was saying about finding the US um food a little bit weird. So um I've done quite a bit of reading around additives, omega-3 versus omega-6 and all of that, and insulin resistance, all that stuff. And it's very interesting that the Americans, in terms of their food regulations, their additives, their farming, their productions, all of it, they allow a ton of stuff that the EU and the UK ban, even down to like farming with the fresh meat and vegetables. So every single thing in America, you can guarantee that there is some sort of additive or some sort of messing around with it, which is a crying shame. And actually, an awful, same as us in the UK, really. That we live hard and fast and quick, and we have processed wherever we look for convenience. And there's not an awful lot of fresh food choices when you're out and about, unless you go into a proper restaurant, or you're lucky enough to have decent food courts if you're in the bigger cities. So there is something to be said that America, in terms of the food production, there is a ton of messing around and additives in it. And I'm not really surprised that you're gaining weight over there because number one, they pour sugar and salt into everything, and number two, the masses amounts of food that you would be eating would probably knock out your omega-3 versus omega-6 balance, which when you've got too much omega-3 and your omega-6 in your system, you can get really, really inflamed, which of course will end up with you retaining water and gaining weight and everything. So yeah, I just wanted to kind of put that in. It's not sometimes not even about people cooking at home. Like even then, they're kind of stuck because an awful lot of things are done or prepared for convenience, whilst trying to pretend that it's something that's grown from the earth or comes from an animal. So yeah, it's terrible, really.
I do think so, and I start to understand why this is why health is such an issue in the US.
Yeah.
I talked with some athletes from the Olympic Village. They did say at first that they didn't have enough food because they are used to eat in quantity, less in quality, and so the food in Olympic Village is really about quality more than quantity, and they give up. I did think that they had they had a lot of food in quantity now, in quantity and quality, and all of the US athletes did perform way better than they used to in in America. They have way more energy, and they did say that the food is different here than in the US. So I do think that they are really 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 really. I do think that the food complex in the US is really poisoning them, and
Yeah.
yeah, they need to do something about this.
Yeah, I agree. And you know, portions. I've been to America quite a few times, but the portion sizes, you know, like you say, quality versus quantity, it's cheaper for them to mass produce and sell the quantity than it is to actually have a you know, quality products. And you know, if you bought a McDonald's here and you bought a medium meal, that would be their version of a really small one. To be honest, even the small will probably even be bigger. Like, you know, it's just astronomical, but because it's normalized, like, you know, it's difficult because they've got no other frame of reference. When we go over there and you get a large drink and you've got a drink that's almost as tall as a 2 liter bottle of cola, you're thinking, Jesus Christ. But you know that it's just not. Yeah, and sadly all of that stuff is like poured in with sugar. And do you know what really makes me sad is that all of the people who are trying to live their life with convenience, that you know that they've got no time, they've got so many commitments to do, they're busy, they've got, you know, caring responsibilities coming out the wazoo, or they're really busy at work, which, you know, an awful lot of us are. Let's face it, you know, a modern world, it doesn't pay grabbing something really quickly. And um, a lot of people will look at those with obesity and think, oh well, it's a choice, you bloody well blah blah blah, you're lazy, you're this, you're that, you gorge yourself. But it's actually possible when you've got obesity and when you've got a degree of insulin resistance, which is like the early onset before you get diabetes. You know, your metabolism will get fucked up, and your body will not recognize the sugar levels that you've got in your body. So you'll have the sugar knocking around, but your body thinks, oh, well, we haven't got any of that. So your liver just processes it and stores it as fat. And people will look at somebody who's fat and they'll say, oh, you know, well, you've overindulged. A lot of obese people, and actually a lot of morbidly obese people, are actually severely malnourished. And I know that's difficult to understand, but when you're malnourished and also your body's to a point where your organs can't recognize or process, it's like think of it like a computer virus. You know, the virus is there, and the computer and the defense systems can't detect it, and the virus just there is wreaking havoc in the background. That's what added sugar does in the diet. And you know, these poor people where they're like malnourished and they're constantly feeling tired and fatigued, and you think, that's because you're fat, you know, if you ate this, that, and the other and you went for a walk. It's really easy to say that, but it's hard to do it when, you know, when you're stuck in that situation. And your body's just constantly looking to survive, and constantly looking for that high sugar intake for energy, because, you know, the signals going up to your brain is saying, we're knackered, we're tired, we haven't got enough. And it's just, yeah, sugar in the food industry have got an awful lot to answer for.
I would actually agree with you. Another thing that I noticed, you know, over the years, I mean, I'm an older woman now and I have a wee bit of weight on my belly, and I know why, um, because I'm not eating my own food. Um, and it's, and maybe just, you know, being a wee bit too sedentary. But what I noticed as I was growing up, you know, eating disorders were a big thing, right? So you had people who were, had terrible eating disorders. And what they thought was, oh, it's okay for me to starve myself until I'm hungry enough to eat something. Yeah. And it's like, well, actually, what you're doing your body a disservice. And people used to go to me because I've always been quite slim. Um, and so they would go, oh, how do you eat so much? Because they would watch me eat and they'd be looking at me like jealously, going, "Oh my God, look at how much you're eating. How do you remain so skinny while you're eating?" And I'm going, "It's because I eat so much that I'm skinny. It's because I have breakfast, lunch, dinner, and I didn't really eat a lot late at night, because I was full because I'd eaten all bloody day, and I ate whatever I wanted, you know, but I ate it regularly. Um, I don't eat as much as I used to, but that's because I have like a stomach issue because I had surgery after my coma. But um, and I found that really hard to adjust to. But whenever I was growing up, it was, my mum would have been, "Oh, you can't fatten a thoroughbred." Um, you couldn't have not fed me. It was like, no, I was known as the bin in my family. So if you left something, it was like, oh yeah, or I'd be the first person at the buffet, you know, whether it was a funeral or a christening or a wedding, I'd have been right there. I'd have been, yeah. I was like, how do you keep yourself, so slim whenever you eat so much? And it would be people who would starve themselves periodically were the ones that put on a huge amount of weight. You know,
Yeah,
that's
that's because your body doesn't know the difference between famine and a diet. Your
absolutely,
body does not
absolutely
know
doesn't.
that you are doing it to get a nice little,
Yeah,
tight waist or whatever. Your body is sitting there going, "What
yep,
the hell? That we're we're in the middle of an ice age or something." So
yep,
anything your body takes in, they're gonna store, because
absolutely, and
it wants to survive.
that's exactly what you do to your body
Yeah.
when you diet. I don't believe in diets. I believe in changing your eating habits if you're
Oh
putting on
yeah.
too much weight. But what I saw was people starving themselves for half the day, going, "Oh yeah, this will make me lose weight." But what happens when you start eating again is your body will automatically, instinctively go, "Oh well, I'm going to store that because I don't know when you're going to feed me again next."
I'm not sure how much of that is true. I think like it kind of depends. Like I tend to be a calories out, calories in kind of person. So like generally speaking, if you have more calories coming in than you have going out, you're going to gain weight. If you have more calories going out than you have going in, you're going to lose weight. Um, I think where it gets tricky and where I think where the reality is I think that when people eat high caloric, low filling food, they are just more likely to want to eat more. That's what I think it is. It's kind of like if you drink like a Coke, like not like soda's been so mild, but if you drink a Coke, it's a lot of sugar, right? And then you're still hungry, but you drank like 800 calories of straight sugar. You know,
Normally be protein or something, but I don't really think about it. It's like, oh, I'll have protein and toast or whatever. Um, maybe a bacon sandwich or something, or I'll have a croissant and some ham and cheese in there, or whatever.
Well,
But I
do you
tend,
know what else I think about, which you kind of
mm,
jogged my memory, Belfast, when you said about eating habits when you were younger. Um, if you think about a typical lunch for, like you've just said, you have a bacon sandwich, right? If you think about a typical person who goes and gets a meal deal, right? The bread is full of sugar, the contents is full of fat or and sugar and salt. A packet of crisp, you put a bag of you put a quaver or a skip on your mouth and it will dissolve like instantly, but you're still taking in a really high whack of high density energy food. So the thing is that the other problem, and I think this is where it's kind of catching us all out, is that you can eat a meal like an average, like a sandwich, packet of crisps and a drink for lunch. But if you'd had that, like, I don't know, 50 odd years ago, where you've got to make it yourself, or maybe the bread has been baked, or the meat is from the offcut from the Sunday roast, and probably wouldn't have even had bloody crisps around then. And if you did, then it would probably be some sort of, like, proper whatever. So it's just that as well. We're eating food that doesn't really fill us up. So that's the other issue with like the highly processed stuff, is that it's already so processed that your body doesn't have to do an awful lot to break it down and then dispose or store it. So you're just going to get really hungry again.
Absolutely, and that's kind of kind of interesting when you look at how our body processes food. So if you eat a high sugary food, and that can include any carbohydrate. So if you eat pasta for lunch, what you'll do is you'll have like a small burst of energy, and then possibly a couple of hours later you'll have a fall. So you'll have a dip where you feel it sleepy if you have a lot of carbohydrate for lunch. A lot of people don't realize this. Andrew Huberman is really good on this subject, actually. If anyone has come across Andrew Huberman, he does a great YouTube channel, and he's done loads of great interviews across the broadcasting. Um, but Andrew Huberman's he speaks a lot about health and about food, but also about sleep. And that's how I found him. It was more about the sleep issue, because I was trying to organize my sleep a wee bit better. Because
Trying to make a good image there.
It's longer than I thought it would, though. I get it work.
um, whenever you're bringing kids to school or whatever, and it took me a long time to do it. Um, but if I was to just leave myself, if I was to go to an artist kind of retreat or something, oh my God, somebody sent me on an artist retreat, that would be lovely. But if I did, and what they have found in studies is if um, several artists, have been studied going to an artist retreat, and what happens is they revert back to their natural sleep pattern, um, and that's normally being up in the middle of the night, you know. So so I would probably, sorry, not from 7 until 4 in the morning, 7 till 12, I would sleep, and then I would be awake from 12 until 4, and then I would maybe go to sleep about 4, half 4, and wake up at 10 o'clock in the morning and be awake until 7 o'clock at night. That's what I would do, and that's how I know, because I had insomnia for years. So if I was left to my natural devices, that's how I would sleep. And I know I would, because I've designed it. Well, not designed it. I studied it for years, and that was, that's an interesting thing for me to know about myself. And everyone's different. Some people are early birds. Some people can sleep for 8 hours. Well done. Um, some people sleep for 10 hours. Whatever it is. So you just have to find your natural circadian rhythm or your nocturnal rhythm, um, and that's what you go with. But unfortunately, real life doesn't necessarily always match up with that. And also with food, my mummy used to always say, "Look, eat when you're hungry, drink when you're dry. Don't eat when you're not hungry." Some people think that they have to eat dinner even if they're not hungry. I was like, well, why? Why do you have to do that? Just don't eat anything if you're not hungry. But because, the food's put in front of you, you feel obliged. But if you're the person cooking, then you don't have to. And there's also studies to show that if you are the person who cooks the food, and this has been done with chefs, because of the smells and because of the little snacking that you do, just the taste, um, they won't necessarily be as hungry as someone who hasn't cooked the food. And we all know this, you know, as people who cook dinner. You're not necessarily as hungry as everyone else because you've been taking in the smells. You've maybe had a wee taste of this, a wee taste of that. Um, and I love cooking for other people, but I'm not necessarily the hungriest person in the room. Whereas if I'm the person eating, if I've gone for dinner to somebody else's house, I'll eat way more than them because I love it because somebody else is cooking. It's these things. Our brains are wonderful things. They're very interesting things.
I do wonder about the wars having an impact on that feeling of obligation to eat the meal, because went through such a scarcity. You've kind of grown up with the eat what you've got because you didn't know when the next meal was coming or what it would
Well,
be.
yeah, but I mean, you're right, absolutely right. But listen, that's a very interesting point because we're two generations after the World
Classic
War
Fabio.
in Britain
Working
and
on art
Ireland,
piece is
right?
gonna be killer. I'm very excited about
So,
this one.
like, there was a
But we
there
should
was a
probably try and find
famine
a
in
new one.
Ireland. Now, that's kind of generationalized itself out, right? So it used to be like my granny would have been appalled if you didn't finish your dinner. My mother was the same. She was like, "Oh, don't you can't not finish your dinner. What are you thinking? Eat that all up. Eat that all up."
Anyway,
So if
power
somebody
outs for the
sits at
future.
dinner
Let's
in
try
front of
this
me,
one.
I feel guilty if I can't.
Try a new space. This one's Real Moon asks, this is again, you're gonna be crypto bullshit or maybe something interesting. I guess we're waiting. Get started.
GN, let me test our mic over here. I think we have, lots of our community members are joining us, and also see our net mic head of BDC is over here. Welcome everyone to today's show, and we are going to talk about AI powerhouse for the future, focusing on net. We are very glad to have this AMA session. We've been so happy to have you join over here as well. During today's session, we are streaming on our Binance Live, and we also will drop string drops to our participants. So friends, be sure to stay here so that you could receive a lot of great rewards and also learn more about the project NetMind. And before we start to our official AMA session, we'd like to first invite our C to introduce yourself and introducing the project NetMind to us. Thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm C. Thank you for Moonlight inviting us here. So I'm head of BD in Namai, and Namai AI is a project that is committed to promoting like true general artificial intelligence and aiming to create machines that can understand and learn any human intellectual task. So we're in Web2 like for a very long time, and recently that we were focused on Web3, and we focus on like reducing the cost of like using AI technology and provides like cost effective solutions for individuals, enterprises, and various organizations. Thank you for being here today.
Well, thank you so much, Steve, for the brief intro. I didn't know that Netmind actually has been in the Web2 space for a long time. Can you elaborate on the long-term vision of Netmind AI? Thank you.
Thanks. Yeah, so our long-term vision is to democratize access to advanced like AI by building a comprehensive decentralized ecosystem that lowers the barriers to entry for AI mass adoption. So we aim to create an interconnected network of AI tools, resources, and services that can be seamlessly integrated into various industries, fostering innovation and efficiency. So by leveraging the power of like blockchain today, that we strive to ensure the transparency, security, and also scalability in our solutions. So ultimately, we contribute to development of a more intelligent and interconnected world. So our focus includes like not only creating cutting edge AI solutions, but also like ensuring these solutions are accessible to individuals or small business or even like large enterprises. That's like like driving widespread the mass adoption and utilization.
Well noted. Thank you so much. So this is definitely a true AI company because we have seen a lot of projects in the Web3 space claiming that they are also AI projects, right? But in fact, they don't really have a lot of product related to AI. And I'm glad to see that there are so many network of AI tools, resources, and services within the Nema AI ecosystem. So, what are the main challenges currently facing the Web3 AI space, and what strategies does Nema AI employ to address these and also overcome these problems? Thank you.
Thank you. I guess it is actually some, and we're seeing, and it mainly involves with the related to the mass adoption. So so as I said, that it includes like high computational costs and also data privacy concerns and also interoperability issues. So high computational costs which limits the accessibility of AI technologies to small entities. So while like data privacy it concerns like data users, from fully engaging with AI solutions. And the third part, like interoperability issues, like further complicates the integration of AI service across like different platforms and networks. So as we are in the process of we try to address these challenges, so Nama AI actually has developed a decentralized computation platform, Nama Power, which aggregates idle GPU resources from users worldwide, which which make the mass adoption like more capable. So this approach like significantly reduces the computational costs. So additionally, and also our platform like incorporates like robust data encryption and privacy preserving technologies to safeguard users blockchain protocols and AI frameworks. And meanwhile, we facilitate like seamlessly integration and collaboration across the whole ecosystem. Next part is that we partnership like like with the leading academic institutions, which is also very important like in the whole like AI industry, such as like Cambridge, like Psychometrics Center, universities of Edinburgh, Rice University, and industry leaders help us stay at like forefront of technological advancements, and which ensures that our solutions can always solve the problem and also be more innovative and effective.
Well, this is so nice to know about. Thank you so much. Yes, and indeed, we do hope that my AI will develop very well and strong in the Web3 space. Next question, could you please provide a detailed overview of the key features and benefits of NetMy AI's primary product, NetMy Power? Thank you.
Thanks. Yeah, so NetMind Power, which is our flagship product, which is designed to revolutionize the AI landscape through the power of decentralized computation. By harnessing idle GPU resources, as I mentioned before, from users like across the whole world, that NetMind Power significantly reduces the computational costs while enhancing the efficiency. So this decentralized approach actually ensures that the computational power is distributed, thereby like avoiding central points of like failure and increasing the reliability. So the scalability of NetMine Power is actually one of its like standout features. So which is like it seamlessly like meet the demands of various like AI applications, ranging from like small scale experiments to large scale industrial deployments. So building on the foundation of NetMine Power, we have developed like a suite of like applications tailored to enrich users' AI experience across different fields. For example, that NetMine Chat is an AI-driven platform that allows users to select like large language models suited to their specific needs, like providing a customizable and efficient solution for diverse applications. Our AI ecosystem includes a synchronous and asynchronous trading platform, an inference platform, and also an open source model library, AI datasets, and advanced like data and model encryption technologies. So this comprehensive ecosystem is designed to offer a cost-effective and efficient way to build, train, and deploy AI applications, ensuring that users have access to cutting-edge like technology. So, and we also deem security and privacy as super critical components of the infrastructure. So the platform implements advanced encryption and privacy preserving techniques to protect user data, ensuring that sensitive information remains confidential and secured. So this commitment to security not only protects users, but also like builds trust within our community. So now my power supports a wide range of AI models and applications, providing like flexibility and also adaptability for various use cases, including like natural language processing, computer vision, and more. So this versatility makes it an ideal solution for researchers, developers, and business looking to leverage AI in various ways. So additionally, it also features an incentivization model that rewards users with an NFT, our token, which is listed today in Becca, for contributing their idle GPU power.
Let's go down. That's boring as hell. I'm gonna find a different room, guys, because that one was essentially just a crypto promotion room. Do you have real football at noon today? Joe and Clark, let's see. Doing a football space. Oh, do sports ball.
So, you hope that their luck continues in that regard.
All to your point, and I wonder how much of that has to do with the rotation up front and folks not getting rolled over. I mean, think about how many snaps they had to take at really bad position, and then actually that's the key point, I guess, is the rotation and seeing
Maybe,
if
but I
that's
mean,
part of
the
it.
linebacker stayed healthy for the most part, with the exception of that 2 week period. The senator or the safeties stayed
Corners,
healthy.
yeah.
Now Clark got hurt before the season started, but I don't know that he would have started last year anyway.
Yeah, they didn't have what Reed and Sauce. I want to say against the Eagles, like they were out for a
Correct.
little
That
bit.
was the one game, but it was just, and then Woods broke his ankle at the end of the year. But they've been really healthy on defense. You got to hope it continues. We really do. But it's going to be, listen, the post game show today will be mostly just talking about, what rookies showed. I could care less what happens. But we got to get in midseason form. We have to make fun of Ray and his Crocs. So we're going to be ready.
Hey, you guys were arguing about Will McDonald earlier. I want him to look like the best player on the football field.
Wait, I'm not speaking of that, Mark. I was just
He
about to
better
say
look
that.
like the best player on the
I was
football
about to
field.
say
that'll
that.
give maybe if he has a good game today, Reddick will be here on Monday. Maybe Reddick will. I better. Not that it matters, of course.
Nah, Red, nothing that happens in this game change. Reddick, I told you what worries me now is this is a little step up in the escalation of this holdout. This is a big fine today. This is a big miss. He's willing to, he's willing to eat this money.
But here, Paul,
I
here,
thought he would come in. I honestly thought he would come in today.
but Paul, tell me, here's where something could happen. The only thing that could happen to you in this game that could affect the Reddick thing, God forbid, let's say McDonald got hurt. Let's say I'm just saying, God forbid, he tears his ACL. Then all of a sudden Joe Douglas like, shit, man, I got to get this guy here. Who's my? I have nobody besides Jermaine Johnson. Who's my other edge rusher? My guy in the air. So that would make, I'm just saying.
Remember, 2 years ago, Douglas brought Brown in to back up at tackle, right?
Yeah.
And what happened? Becton went down.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
And suddenly Brown said, I want a little bit more money, Joe. And they had no choice. They had a gun to their head. So, but I think Reddick, he'll walk in that first Monday before the Monday night game. He'll
And,
walk
and
in.
as in the typical Jeff fashion, you know it's gonna happen. I hate to say it, guys, not to be negative, but he'll go play that first game and he'll strain his calf or he'll pull something because he hasn't done anything all season. That's gonna happen. I'm just
Joe,
saying.
how could you do that to us?
No, I'm
I
just
mean, I
telling you.
know it's
That's a typical Jeff thing. And then they'll be, oh, who do we blame now? Do we blame Reddick for this now, or do we blame Joe Douglas? He should have given him his money. Should have got him here. You know.
Now, listen, we've been through this before. You know my position. This was organizational malpractice, and it may work. I mean, Reddick may eventually come in and play really well. You can't. I'm still
Let me
amazed.
ask you a question, Paul. You're Joe Douglas this morning. You wake up this morning. You're Joe Douglas. What are you doing with Reddick?
I am restructuring Quinnen Williams because he's the one guy who's going to be here. And I am offering Reddick $22 million for this year, guaranteed. But he's got to show up today. That's what I'm doing.
Yeah,
And Reddick
that
may
sounds
say, okay.
reasonable. That sounds reasonable.
So I'm a Giants fan. I guess technically I'm supposed to be a Giants fan. I don't watch a lot of football, but we'll stay in this space for a bit. So it'll be our sports coverage. And we'll try something else later.
He's making a, but you're going to have to guarantee that contract. He'll never practice without that contract being guaranteed. Never.
But I'm saying, how about even Rogers go to Joe Douglas and say, look, whatever you got to do, my kind, you got to restructure it again. I want him
Now, you
here.
can't play with Joe. You cannot play with Rodgers again. If Rodgers doesn't play next year, he's got a $50 million cap hit. Okay? The year he leaves, he's got 35. You cannot keep doing that. And I don't know that the owner is going to let what is in a sense is a lame duck GM make that kind of long-term commitment. No. Williams is different. Williams is going to be a long-term starter on this team. He's their best player on defense. I get restructuring him to get Reddick in, but that I don't see any other avenue here other than
But aren't we
waiting Reddick
assuming that
out.
the head coach and GM are lame ducks when it's more probable that they're here and sign extensions?
They have to win, Mark. I don't know. I think it is more probable if they win, but they're gone if they don't win. I mean, if they go, 8-9, and that's bye bye. Everybody's gone. It's over. Rogers said it. He knows they're all getting fired if they don't play well. But if they go 10-7, I think everyone gets extended. But let's not pretend. I mean, right now they are a lame duck team, coach and GM. They have to win.
And
You
10
can
and
if you
7 isn't really that good either.
No.
I don't think 10-7 would be enough. I think they need to go like 11-6, 12-5.
Bounced out in the first round. The Rodgers trade is a disaster. I'm sorry. Like, you didn't trade out for Aaron Rodgers to just make a playoff appearance and lose.
but
You
but
got to make a deep run here.
no, but you know what? You're falling into the trap. You trade for Aaron. You're trading for now a player. Now you have to look at where he is. He's 40 years old and he's coming off a serious injury. I think this owner would be take a playoff year and say, well, we've got Rodgers for one more year after this. Let's see if we can. I think everybody gets extended. Now I'm going to be
Like a
the
1 year
Robert,
extension?
huh?
Like a 1 or 2 year
Oh
extension?
no, you can't do that. That's how it works in the NFL. Douglas will get 4, and the coaching staff will get 3. Yep,
Wow.
Then
that's how it
we're
works. I mean,
fucked.
I'm not inventing the rules. I'm just telling you the way it works in the NFL. You don't give a GM a 1 year extension.
No, you don't do
You give
that.
him
No,
4.
Can you give the
no.
coach 2?
So I agree with that. So in general, this is something people don't always get about sports is that GMs need time and coaches or people that are in decision maker roles. They need time to be able to execute a plan, like a turnaround plan or a rebuilding plan. So if you're an NBA GM, right, or an NFL GM, you come in, the team is 0-17 or 10-72. Well, you're not really going to be able to turn that around in 1 year. So you're probably going to pitch your owner a 4 to 5 year plan on how you're going to um, make the franchise a Super Bowl winner or an NBA champion with your roadmap. So that could be drafting, that could be free agency or whatever. But chances are you will be asking for at least 3 to 5 years, and you're hoping that the owner will give it. 1 year extensions are not really a thing with GMs, in my opinion.
Division, you're probably right. If you win a division, yeah, you're probably right.
I mean, they've won one fluky division. Was with that ridiculous division they won. I was sitting there that night in the stadium where not a soul was paying attention to the Green Bay or to the
Yeah, only
Packers
twice,
game.
98 and 2002. I mean, since the merger, only 2 divisions.
Yeah. No, if he wins the division, that owner will wear his little jet hat. He'll be happy.
Yeah,
Everybody gets extended. People
probably
hug on the
right.
podium.
You're probably
Yeah.
right. And if we lose in the
Joe, to
playoffs,
that point, to
let
your
me give
point,
another
Joe,
hypothetical. Hold on, another hypothetical, Paul. We go we go 11-6, and somehow or another we don't make the playoffs, is everyone fired?
No, but I don't see for Joe. I don't think that's a realistic hypothetical. I
I
can't
just
see a team going 11-6 and not
let's say
making the play.
let's say that we lose tiebreaker in Miami, and then the Buffalo goes 12-5, and then
Joe, that you can't go 11-6 and them go 12-5. The math won't work. No, I reject your hypothetical. Sorry, Ryan, move or Jason, move Joe down to listener. Joe, thanks for your help.
no. I'm just saying.
Yeah,
But
Joe,
you're
you
saying, well,
can't. You sorry, you're out.
hold on 1 second. So it's impossible. You're saying if the Jets win 11-6, it's impossible that the team could go 12-5 and win that division. You're saying, or no?
They might not win the division, but they'll make the playoffs. I've said all along, this owner is so desperate for the playoffs. I believe if they make the playoffs, that they are
Progress.
they're they'll call it progress, and they'll give everybody an extension, and then you live with the residue of that, Mark.
So they
In
go
a year
nine
or
and
two.
eight. They go 9-8. They're a wild card. They lose the wild card in the first round game at Cincinnati. They lose in the first game. They all get extensions or no?
I do. I think so. Yeah, I really do. I think he's
The
that.
fans will be mad at it. You're good.
No, I think 13 years, Joe. It's the worst
No, I
streak
know.
in North Atlantic
I
sports. I
know. I
think
know.
North American sports. I think everyone gets extended.
Joe, I think to your point, look, both Buffalo and Miami are going to be good football teams. Like they're going to have a lot of regular season success at a minimum. So if the Jets are able to win a division title, like that should tell Woody, hey, wait a second. Like we're competing against, solid teams in the division and winning the division. Like that's, I think, enough for them to say, okay, look, if I extend Joe Douglas, now I see his current roster. This is not the same situation that he inherited when he started. Like now it's about, okay, what additional pieces do they need? Have a solid draft and the rest of it. It's not like,
I just
having
think
zero and having to get to where they are now.
I just think if God forbid we go 9-8 and we just squeak in as a wild card, like Giambi said, then we're stuck with Saul for another 3 years. I mean, God, I mean, Aaron Rodgers better play another 2 years after that. But I don't know, man. I guess we're just so desperate as a fan base. We want to make the playoffs. We're not going to look down the road. We can make it. We all signed for that for this year. 13 years is a long time to wait. So
Because Joe, honestly, you know what it reminds me of? If say that happened to the Jets, right? It'd be like the Mets when they had that 102 win season, but it was mostly a bunch of older players, and then the next year they fell flat on their face and they had to do a complete rebuild. In
yeah,
my opinion, that's what the Jets would be facing at because after Rodgers, who's playing quarterback for them?
hopefully, no, I don't know. Travis, whatever the hell his name is. I don't even know his name.
Jordan
Some Travis.
Travis.
Yeah, I don't know. Who knows? They have to sign. Maybe they could get Dak Prescott. Who knows?
You can't afford them. Too many. That's why I say now that the next quarterback for the Jets is not on the roster.
Yeah,
He can't.
probably.
It can't be a bridge quarterback because you can't afford him because you got to pay
That's
Sauce
your
and everybody
point in that
else.
sense. With the problem is Paul. So let's just say we have a bad season, God forbid, and Aaron Rodgers says, you know what, I can't do this anymore. I'm retiring. How fucked are we for the next couple of years if he retires after this year, as far as the salary cap? Does it, does anyone else know or no? Paul might be away.
Say that again, Joe. I'm
Let's say
sorry.
Aaron Rodgers. Let's say we play this year. He struggles, and we lose, and he says, "You know what? I can't do this thing. I want to retire." He retires after this year. How fucked are we on the salary cap going forward?
I'm sure tremendously because I think when they restructured his deal last year, I think he's due like $65 million, a number like that. Don't quote me. I don't look at the numbers like Paul and Petey do, but I think it's somewhere up like that.
Yeah, I mean that would be a disaster. That would be so.
My
Paul,
buddies, no, we'll go over here. My buddy's walking with me, and he asked
did
about
you hear what I
Rodgers.
said? Paul, did you hear what I
Rodgers,
just said?
huh?
I don't think that's going to
You hear
happen, Joe. I think he's going to play next year.
Well, Rodgers, if he doesn't play next year, they're taking a $49 million dead cap hit. So yeah, he's got to play. Period.
Yeah.
I mean, he has to play no matter what version of him is out there.
What happens if he plays just two? Let's say he plays 2 years. That third year, how much of a hit do we take if he retires after next year?
Well, that's better because if he somehow drags those old battered bones out to play 2 more years,
Yeah.
then I think I'd have to look. It's a significantly lower dead cap hit, probably in the teens.
I don't know if Aaron Rodgers is going to last 2 more years, to be honest.
And tremendous success.
We hope. Let's like I said, we can't. let's just take it one game at a time. Let's start and just enjoy it, man. That's it. I mean, you can't because that's my problem. I look at the big picture and I'm worried about next year. I'm worried about the playoffs. Let's just let's win. Let's go week one and have a chance to beat the 49ers. Now, they're
Look
going to be
at wait a
playing.
minute, Joe. Joe, have your body been taken over? Jason, we got to go to that bike. Go to the BMW dealership. This is optimistic.
You're seeing the light,
Joe,
Paul.
I don't know what I'm listening to.
No,
I
but I'm
don't,
just saying
Joe.
like
I
that.
don't even know you anymore.
No, I'm just saying because you know what? You're looking too far down the road with a 40-year-old quarterback. You don't know anything could happen. So let's just like week one. Do I think they're going to win? I mean, let's hopefully Ayuk will be traded, and hopefully McCaffrey won't be 100%, which he probably won't be. Maybe they got a chance. You never know.
Wow, wow.
I
Listen,
think
I
Ayuk stays home, but I think there's God.
I think Ayuk's definitely get traded. I don't see him
If
there
you
week
could see
one.
this, we could maybe hopefully one day see Congress get along. This is a miracle.
yeah, I don't think Ayuk is getting traded. Actually, I think after all this song and dance, Ayuk tweeted out something last night. I don't know if you guys saw it. He said the 49ers have two choices here. It's pretty easy. Pay me or he didn't say that, but it's true. I think after they want a lot because they're a real Super Bowl contender, a real one. I don't know
Oh,
why they move
absolutely.
Ayuk. Just let him play out this year and get your
Yeah.
comp pick and hope Pearsall can replace him.
I seen a report where they said that they started renegotiating again. So I don't know. Maybe he might stay. They might pay him. It might not be what he want, but
When is now who's so far now Bosa's already gotten paid, right? Or no? Has he? Yes, right?
yes, Bosa has $32 million a year. Absolutely.
Okay, and McCaffrey already has a right or no?
He just signed his deal. Yes.
Okay, now Purdy's still playing under. I'm sure they could. I mean, what's he making, Paul Purdy? He's probably making them what, $100 million? What
He's
does he
making peanuts. He's making $15 an hour.
make? Basically, yeah. I mean, they got. How about Debo?
Debo.
This is Debo's last year.
Debo's getting paid this year. He's making a lot of money.
Well, eventually the Jets are going to fall in that same trap. I mean, when Garrett
The
Wilson
problem with
is
Debo
soft,
Samuel, though, is he's a pretzel. I mean, every time there's a big game on the line, it's
he
always like,
gets
oh, is
hurt.
he going to play or
He's
he
always
walks
hurt.
out?
Yeah,
Like,
he's hurt a lot.
Well, people forget his style of play. If you remember, he played 4 years at South Carolina. He was coming out after his junior year and he got hurt. He had to prove himself that fourth year. He's taken a lot of body blows.
How old is he?
29 or 30. I mean, his body is he's 29 or
Yeah,
30. His body in dog years is about
yeah,
40.
yeah. He's not your average wide receiver. That's come on. They put him in the backfield for God's sake.
I mean, they don't have many down. So Ayuk is they're more like they got Jennings too, right? He's pretty good, right?
Yes, he would have been a Super Bowl MVP had they won.
Yeah.
don't check.
I'm telling you, man. You know what I'm hearing a lot from a friend of mine who goes to the camp like every day. He went to the He loves this kid Braylon Allen. He said this kid is unbelievable. He said he's going to be a big part of this offense. His speed, his power. He looks really good. He's only 21. He's
Who said that? Ira in Staten Island?
Ira said that he loves him. He's only what 20 years old, I think, right? Is that
He's
what he
only
is?
20.
Yeah.
He's the youngest player in the NFL right now.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got those fresh young legs, which you love as a running back, man. A guy who hasn't been around. Put him in there
Joe,
after.
you sound like Al Pacino I'm trying to remember. I think it was the Johnny Depp movie. I forgot the name of it.
Any given Sunday.
Nah, he's talking about
No,
No,
that's
when
Donnie
he's
Johnny
Brasco.
when
Brasco.
Donnie
Yeah,
Brasco
Donnie
when he's
Brasco.
talking about like the Lincoln or like the Cadillac, he's like it's got more power, and then he
Yeah.
just kept.
No, but I mean, the best thing about running backs, you want the young. Like I always say, give me young legs, man. I don't want a guy that has 10,000 miles on his legs, but I want a young guy to come in there with those third quarter when the guy's tired, put him in there running back, and then let him go. So
You want the guy with the new transmission, huh?
exactly, man. I don't want those old tires, man. I don't want they're ball tires, man. I want new. I want new.
Not sure the Giants are going to do this year. I'm not a big Daniel Jones believer. They won their preseason game against the Lions, so 14 nothing. Tommy DeVito started that. I don't know when Daniel Jones comes back. When is Daniel Jones? Daniel Jones injury. Is he recovered? So okay, every game with the Super Bowl door opens for Tommy DeVito with Drew Lock injury. I mean, honestly, good for Tommy DeVito. Take the opportunities, right? You know, if he does a good job, what's the best case scenario? He ends up being the starting quarterback for the New York Giants. What's the worst case scenario? He ends up being cut. And then what's the in between scenario? He might be a backup NFL quarterback for decades. Well, maybe not decades, but for a while. Guys, look, if you're not going to be a superstar NFL player, you really probably want to consider being a backup quarterback. Think about all the stuff you don't have to do. You just have to sit there and look pretty. You know, maybe draw something once in a while, and then, let's say your time frame you goes down, and then you're brought in to playoffs. No one's expecting anything from you. So if you drop the ball, it's okay. If you win a Super Bowl, you're the hero, and then you become Tom Brady.
Nice picture. I like
Yeah, it's
I like the sneakers you got on too. They're nice.
yeah. Well, I wanted to send my man Joe a picture to show you that life is not all football and Ruthie Riley, my cat. So I'm just trying to get along, Joe.
I got you.
Yeah. But anyway, getting back to by the way, old friend, Jason's friend of the show, Mekhi Becton is starting. He's probably going to be the starting right guard for the Philadelphia Eagles.
Oh my God.
He started last night. Came
Well,
out
he's
after
so
one
mad.
period.
He's so fat. Nobody's going to be able to go in the middle of the line.
Who's this?
Yeah. He was always a guard.
Well, he never played guard in his
Mekhi
life.
Becton, Joe.
He's never played guard in his life until this year. But I give the Eagles credit. Give them credit. They gave him to Jeff Southland and said make him a player.
Did I do that? Who muted everybody? Yeah, I did that.
They said make him
Wasn't
a
me. It
player.
was you, Joe.
Can you imagine if he ends up working out at that size at guard? Oh my God.
Well, the thing is, we should have put him at guard last year. We just didn't have tackles.
But see, my point is, isn't he a little bit too, you know what I'm saying, too big? I mean, what, he's 6'7"
No, not
to
at
be a
guard.
guard?
No, just be a road grader at guard. That's all you need to be, man.
I mean, but when Hurst dropped back for a pass, you got to see over that big ass mountain of a man. He's like 6'7", 6'8", ain't he?
Yeah, but he's not like Dan Skipper.
Who? Dan Skipper. Who knows that?
He's 6'10" guard.
Oh wow.
That's crazy.
So anyway, by the way, if anybody wants to talk about baseball today, uh, you know, Yankees got a doubleheader today with the Rangers and the Mets playing. You know, Giambi, they play again. They play tonight and then they play tomorrow night and Sunday night baseball.
Oh my God, they're going to be embarrassed on the national stage.
You know, that's the first time they played. I just saw in Seattle since 2002. 22 years, man. That's amazing. The first Sunday night game they've had.
Really? I wonder why.
And they've had some good teams. I'm surprised.
Yeah.
But so that means the Mets have no chance. They're gonna make sure that game. They're gonna be the crowd's gonna
Mets
be
are
nuts.
getting swept, Joey.
Oh my God, the Mets right now look. I'm telling you, bro. And Alvarez. I'm so sick out. I don't want to
Yeah,
hear how
he's
great
a
Alvarez. He
midget.
stinks. He stinks. He's in home runs. He's like 24th in baseball in home runs for catchers.
He looks like the little mushrooms you jump on in Mario Brothers. Whoever's played that, he has that fucking angry face.
He's an Oompa Loompa.
And he's smiling as he strikes out. I mean, it's like
Yeah, he stinks.
it's like Chapman all over again.
The Met fans go nuts if I say that. But what is he? You know, Dom. They've had too many of these games. They've been shut out 13 times this year.
Yeah, and then they're facing two
Somebody
studs
good.
next 2 nights.
Yeah, they're not hitting. They're not hitting.
Castillo and Gilbert.
I don't want to hear Alonso. Yeah, he had home runs off a meatball pitcher
0 for
the other
4
day.
last night. That pitcher he
In
hit him on his
Colorado,
side.
of all places.
Yeah, exactly.
Gomber is not a major leaguer.
Right now, the Mets should be 5 up in the wild card. I mean, Atlanta loses every night. They can't pick up any ground. And right now, San Diego and Arizona are they're gone. They're gone. They're in the playoffs. Just forget about them. They win every night.
Now they're saying Reddick's gonna miss week 1. That's a rumor.
Yeah, well, typical. What
Because
are
he's
you
not
gonna
gonna be
have?
ready. Like even if he shows up.
No, it's gonna be a disaster. I'm telling you right now.
Yeah, he's either not gonna be good or he's gonna get hurt or something.
That's why you draft an edge rusher.
They're gonna draft him
Oh,
next
Paul
year,
lost the
guarantee it.
space. We got to
Douglas
bring him
is sick.
back up.
He's still showing on my phone, and his co-host says.
I think this is a bad look.
I don't know, man.
The
I
worst
think Joe
I
case,
think
Douglas.
the fans are gonna turn on him. Like if he doesn't
Joe
produce.
Douglas. The ball's in his court, man. Go ahead and get him in here, man. This is your last year, probably. So I guess he doesn't care.
I think it's
I guess
Woody. I don't think Woody wants to like give him a multi-year deal either.
they're all
what's the
fools.
worst case scenario? That you got an edge rusher week 9 to come in and help you down the stretch in the absolute bottom tier worst case scenario, and it costs you a 5th round pick or a third, but 2 years later, so you
What
bump
happens
it
if
down a
what
round.
happens if he sat out the whole year? Would the Jets still have to give up a third round pick for him?
Yeah,
He wouldn't sit out
they
the
would
whole
have
year
him
though.
next year. Yeah,
Then they would have him again on the same contract, and he'd have to retire at
but if
that
they
point.
let him walk, they can get a comp pick, and it'll even out. I think that's what they want to do. But I don't know. Like I don't know. But I don't know if they know how to work the formula correctly. So
The Giants traded for Burns. They signed him the next day, the same day.
yeah, but I wasn't. If
No,
you're
he's
telling me you
25
want
years.
to, I'd rather just wait than just give him that.
No, he's 25 years old. That's why
Yeah.
Burns got paid.
But I think Reddick's. I don't know. I think he's gonna start declining. So did the Eagles. That's why they traded him.
Fucking trade him then if you're the Jets. You don't think you could sign him? To see maybe some team will be desperate and think they could sign and will
Joe,
sign him.
nobody's going to take this after seeing what this behavior.
But he's got to realize he's not a free agent either. Like, I mean, if a team really wanted him, they could have paid him. Like, no one was willing to do it.
Hey, Joe, you're out there acting like a fucking free agent.
Yeah, when was that from? I know I remember, but I don't
When
remember
he
who.
was yelling at Tony Blundell, I'm trying to remain neutral, and you're out there acting like a fucking free agent.
When he like waxed to get Joey something.
Joey Peeps. Peeps.
Joey P.
The family name's Pepperelli.
He puts it on his fucking headstone. What the fuck is that? Sounds like a
Guys, if you're
fucking.
not talking, mute.
Reed Garrett's back.
Sounds like Paul Bunyan blowing his nose. Jesus Christ. Remember when they're in the funeral parlor and he goes, "Is it?" And what's his name says to Tony, "Isn't it ironic that Lou Gehrig died from Lou Gehrig's seizures?" How many times are you gonna tell that stupid
Are you
joke?
gonna make that fucking joke every time it gets brought up? I'm sorry, I'm just trying to bring light to the situation.
Oh my god. He would
But
like
the
to.
Mets, unfortunately, with the Mets, I just think they're showing their true colors. They were
Yeah,
playing
man.
it over the hells. But singing "Oh My God" and referencing a McDonald's cartoon character will only take you so far.
Yeah, exactly. That's only gonna last for a couple of weeks, and then they're back to reality. They suck. They're gonna get swept in the series.
I
I'm
mean,
telling you
just
right now.
look at it. I mean, look, and they've been pitching well, but you can't. How can you be a serious playoff team when Quintana and Minaya are your aces?
As soon as I saw that lineup last night, everyone was saying how great it looked. Like, you knew they weren't going to score.
Winker sucks though. Winker has no power at all. Oh my god, he stinks. I mean, who's doing really well now? Canna. He's playing for the Giants. He's
This guy
another kid.
Jackson Merrill is unbelievable. The Padres.
So is Profar.
Look, you
They're
see what
all
he's
good.
doing? Every night he
Lindor.
has a home run in the ninth inning.
Lindor's just died. His power's gone. He hasn't done anything.
Joe, you have to be. Listen, Joe, I was the most, biggest Lindor hater there was, but he's been really good this year.
Bro,
He's
he
been
has. Yeah, but he's
clutch.
been
He
bad.
got his
Yeah, but he's
batting
had
average up to
nothing.
260.
Yeah, I know, but look at his power. He hasn't had any. No, he hasn't had a single or a double or a home run in the last like 10 games. And you can't die like that. You can. He's too streaky. He starts the
I
season
mean,
off
I get
awful.
it, Joe, but at the same time, he's also a shortstop. I mean, name me a shortstop that has more power than him. Probably Bobby Witt and Gunnar Henderson. Other than those two, nobody has more power than
That guy
Lindor.
Adamas has like 20 some home runs. He's a
Witt
beast. I
is
love him.
Witt is like he's crazy good.
Oh my God! Witt is the only other player I'd take over Witt would be Judge. That's it. Right
You know,
now.
it's funny. Witt's having that year, and now I'm back. I got lost there for a bit. Witt's having the kind of year that must be very frustrating because he'd be a walk-in for the MVP if it wasn't for Judge. You know,
Yep.
he'd get almost every first place
It's
vote.
him, Soto, and Judge are the three. Those are the three top guys.
Yeah. So anyway, so at noon, huge kickoff, guys. New York Jets, Washington Commanders. Huge kickoff, but we'll just have we'll BS a little bit at halftime, and then we'll have the post game show to get ready. There's not for those of you who haven't listened to our post game show. When the Jets lose, we always go to Joe first. He has the seat of
He's like
honor.
that lady who was the press secretary from Kennedy to Obama or whatever you said.
Yes, yes. He's Helen Thomas, not the press. Helen Thomas was the UPI reporter, and every president from Kennedy through Obama, they called her first. Well, Joe is our Helen Thomas. He's a short, brown-haired woman, I guess. But he's Helen Thomas, and he will. When the Jets lose, he just can't contain himself to the point where we have to say, "Okay, we'll go to the next person with their hand up." But Joe has the honor of going first. But today, no injuries. Just even the backups. You just don't want to see people leave the field hurt in either team. I mean, it's one thing if you listen. It's a violent sport. You get hurt during the regular season. Oh well, that's part of the deal. But boy, when you get hurt in the preseason, like I said, I'm still scarred. I was 9 years old watching Joe Namath tear up his shoulder in preseason game six. Six. They used to play 6 preseason games. It was like a mini year. It sucked. So let's all hope for
How many, Paul?
6. There were 6 preseason games when I was a kid. It was awful. It was just, and the players were practicing 2-a-days every day, full pads. I mean, there were a lot of football's a lot easier now, but back when I was a kid, there were 12. There was a 14-game season, and so the six games I think was right up till like the middle 70s, and then they finally had common sense. But the starters played a lot. Starters played all 6 games, parts of them. Yeah, my friend said they played themselves into shape. There was some of that. Yeah, they didn't make much money. Throw that in. Yeah, there was a guy named George Radachowski. He plays a deep backup for the Jets. He grew up in our town. He painted houses in the off season. That was his job because he was making $45,000-$50,000 a year playing football. He couldn't spend the off season getting in shape. Joe, are you working today?
I guess so.
Joe talked a lot today. He usually doesn't talk a lot on Saturday. I mean,
I think he's just so excited because he gets to send angry tweets about the Jets live and in action.
well, no, his angry
Joe
tweets.
like this video for Shanu I posted because he looks huge in that picture in that video.
Yeah, Fashanu's like he's a massive young man. You're going to be very happy when he eventually has to play. And hey, given Smith, he may have to play week 1. You never know. I mean, Smith always looks great. He looks like a Greek Adonis. It's just he's got a bad back. So hopefully they'll manage it enough that it won't be too problematic during the year. Cowboys certainly. You. What do you think, Chase?
What's that, Paul?
I said.
I think you're in the blender, Paul. Can anybody else? Well, you, me, and Ground are the only
He's
speakers.
sounding, yeah, he's sounding a little bit in the blender.
Paul, did you happen to walk all the way to Clark, New Jersey?
Yeah, can you hear
Now
me?
I can.
Okay. Now I walk in this neighborhood. It's a great neighborhood where I live. There's all these big trees, and so you can walk in the shade. I try to get my 6 or 7 in the morning. Um, Keeps you in shape. So, Ground, is your son going to Temple? Is that a done deal in the fall?
He got a full scholarship also to Montclair State.
Is he speaking? I
Hello,
can't
can you
hear
hear
him.
me? You there? Paul? Giambi, can you hear me?
Can you hear me, Jason?
I hear both of you, but I don't think you could hear each other.
I can't hear Ground. No, it might
I
be
can
me.
hear
I don't know if
Paul.
it's me or it's him. I just was curious if his
Ground
son
can
was
hear
starting
you.
it. Okay, I can't hear him. Maybe if he drops back and comes back, we'll find out if it's me or it's him.
Okay.
It's the classic
I mean,
question: is it
truthfully,
you
it's
or is
just
it me?
the three of us. Joe, I think, is taking a break. Like, I think we should close up soon, especially if we're going to have a post-game
You could
space
tell Paul
later.
he got a full
Yeah,
scholarship
you know
to.
what? Let me just reach out to Joe. Hold on
You
a
can
second.
tell Paul he got a full scholarship to Montclair State.
Paul, he got a
Yeah, we
full
are.
scholarship to Montclair State.
Oh, good for him. Tell him I said
He says
congratulations.
congratulations. Oh,
Thank
he
you,
could hear
thank
you.
you.
I forgot.
Appreciate it, Paul. Thank you.
He appreciates the love.
He wanted to be closer to home.
Yeah, there's nothing like. Let me tell you something. My buddy's walking with me, and his daughter was very, very talented. She was a great athlete, not a good one, a great one, and she got a full scholarship to the best softball team in the country at the time in Florida. You appreciate that, when you don't have to write that check to play for to pay for college. Trust me, I'm writing a little check on Monday when I go into to work. It's you feel it. It's not college is college is not free, unfortunately, unless you get a scholarship. So.
Giambi, are you
We
willing
will,
to back off your statement that Josh Allen is a good player?
No, Reptar. I mean, that's asinine.
No, he isn't good. He's great. You're right. He isn't great. Like I said, when you're one of the 3 best in the league at your position, you tend to fall into the
I mean,
great
it's just
category.
ridiculous, Reptar.
Who are the 3?
Like, what's that?
It's Mahomes, him, and
Paul,
Burrows.
can you hear me now?
What about the MVP of the league and the number 1 quarterback this year? Was he the number 1? Yeah, he was the number 1 quarterback this year on the top 100.
Well, I don't care about top 100. I care about what I see, and I think no one would. Again, those are the 3 top quarterbacks in the NFL. Assuming Burrows is healthy, I don't think anyone would take anyone other than those 3. Now, some people might prefer Jackson, but Jackson we saw what happened with Jackson in the playoffs. It hasn't been pretty. We'll leave it at that.
Do you think that's Jackson's fault, or do you think that's the team's fault?
His numbers are terrible in the playoffs. So, I mean, Josh Allen has been a dominant playoff performer. His teams have lost. Some of that's on him, yeah, but he's been great. He has been good. He's been great in the playoffs. Jackson's been bad with the exception of 1 game. He just hasn't played well. That he can turn that around.
Well,
Steve Young had that issue, and he turned it around. Jackson could win the Super Bowl this year.
And I agree.
He's a great player.
I agree with you about the points you're making with Lamar losing in the playoffs. That is facts. I'm also going to say that at the end of the day, the question about a quarterback is A, are you clutch or not? And the playoffs is a clutchest moment as well as overtime. Allen does not have the best playoff record. He hasn't made it to the Super Bowl. He hasn't done anything spectacular in the playoffs other than that one game.
So when he threw 4 touchdowns in Kansas City and left the field with the 13 seconds with a lead, that was on him.
Yes.
Okay. Well,
Tom Brady would have made
that's where you lose all credibility. He leads them down the field on the road in the toughest stadium to play, given the age of that complex. He throws 4 touchdowns. He walks off the field with a lead, and with 13 seconds to go, his special teams lose the game.
Can I answer that question?
Sure, because there's no answer.
No, it is. Tom Brady would have ran out that clock before he scored. That's the difference between clutch and not clutch. And not only that, Josh Allen.
Isn't 13 seconds kind of running out the clock, though?
No, it's not. 0 is running out the clock the last time I checked. Or 3, because if you leave 3 seconds on the board, then the kickoff runs that out.
You're right. You know what? When you have to score, You should be thinking about running
I
out the
think
clock. You shouldn't be thinking about scoring. No, it's an absurd point. That one is
I think
absurd.
you should be
That's
thinking about both,
laughable.
right? A good
No,
quarterback
you
thinks
think you got to
about the
score
entirety
first.
of the game, not just one facet of the game. Now,
Yeah, you're right. Because with 13 seconds to go, when you score, you should be thinking about something other than just trying to score and win the
correct. You
game.
should be thinking about the entirety of the game. With that said, he's also 0-4 in overtime. That's also a clutch statistic that he fails at. I rest my case. Two of those overtime
Yeah,
losses were against the Jets, weren't they? Against Zach Wilson. So Zach
Paul,
Wilson's more
I'll
clutch.
talk to you in the post game. I can't do this anymore.
all right. All right, we'll close up. Okay. So long, everybody.
See
We'll
ya.
see you then.
Do you forfeit your claim? No. Let the record reflect that Paul forfeits his claim that Josh Allen is anywhere near a good quarterback. Thank you.
All right, we'll see. It was too. See, one thing when you're a lawyer, you know when somebody says something that's too stupid to reply to, because then if you're arguing with them, no one can tell who the fool is from a distance. And with that, we're going to close up. Joe, we'll see you at the halftime and the post game show. And take care,
Are you
everyone.
calling me dumb, Paul? Is that good behavior?
He didn't call you dumb. He said your argument was dumb.
He said he wouldn't know who the fool is, so he's calling me a fool.
Well, you're being silly.
All right, I'll see you guys in the post game. We'll talk about the wonderful Will McDonald sign. I guess the space isn't closing.
Guys, I'm sorry. I got everybody left. Anybody still here or no? Guys, can you guys hear me or no? All right, guys, I'm closing space. Everybody enjoy the game today. Remember to go on
I just realized I had my mic muted there. God damn it. Yeah, so what I just said is I went out to get coffee, got bacon. Not, I said bacon again. I got bagel bite thingies, and bagel bite thingies here. Very excited. But we may join a different space now. We just ended the Jets one. So that's our sports lineup for the morning. And then be filming an X Society Food Eaters here shortly. We actually have a video music post coming up soon. A very good one on kind of it's my 1 year almost kind of sobriety celebration, I guess. I don't know. I don't know if that's the right word, but like they didn't really quit alcohol to like because I was addicted to it necessarily. I quit it more because I think that like would create a positive change in my life, which it has. So it's about a year since then. So yeah. What else do I want to do here? So I'm gonna do exercise food eaters. We'll drop the music video that I made for the kind of the drinking 1 year thing. We're gonna do Roads 96 or Tales from the Borderline, new Tales from the Borderline, Let's Game later. We'll do exercise truth tellers later. Guys, we're just gonna do a bunch of content for you. Like I'm not perfect. We're not trying to be perfect yet. but I'm hoping you can see the straws like right in my mouth. I'm hoping you can at least see the vision of what we're trying to do here. So like I don't care if it's 80 viewers or if it's 8 viewers right now or 800 even. The point is, if I think we do things right, we're going to be creating a network of sorts that people want to be a part of, and I think that is not being offered right now on X and on social media. You know, like, I have a lot of respect for some communities, like Develop. I have a lot of respect for Freddie, Jamie's brother. I don't have a lot of respect for a lot of other people that have communities on this app. I have respect for Penny. I have respect for Penny. He's another one. I'm not going out of my way to name some other creators. I think there's a lot of big creators that are selling shit to their followers. They're selling them false hope that they can get them all these followers and whatnot, and engagement. It's like, look, I'm not blind either. I get that sometimes people subscribe or they interact with me because they want engagement. They know that I have high tweet prep or whatever. Because I do, because I interact with a lot of quote unquote big accounts. But like, I recognize that. And also sometimes I'm happy to help too. If I see like an up and coming artist, yeah, I'm gonna throw a reply their way because like I know what it was like being really small and not having anyone see your stuff and being shadow banned. So I recognize like what people are doing, and yeah, if someone subscribes to me, sure they'll get more. They'll be more likely to get a reply from me. But I reply to everyone, really. That's the thing. So like maybe more likely to get quote posts. I guess like how I would think about it is I'm more likely to put thought into what my subscribers do when they interact with me because I often make my interactions rather public and like creative. So like for example, KSJ, awesome. She has all these drink recipes and whatnot. Like so I'll try and make like a turtle like and have a little story with it for a reply. So I might not do that for every reply. I don't have all the time in the world. So I guess like if those generate more engagement, it helps. But I don't think that's why most people subscribe to me. And I don't think anyone has the impression that like I'm selling a course here to try and get you from 0 to like 500,000 followers. I'm not. And actually, if people have listened to me and asked me straight out, what's the best way to make money on X? The best way to make money on X is not to do it through the ad revenue share. It's not to do it through subscriptions. Those are supplementary revenue in my view, and also things that can be easily taken away. Something that cannot be easily taken away is some of your own sponsorships, and then also being able to create a funnel for your business if you have one. So I make a generative AI stuff. I'm from marketing and stuff. So if someone, for example, a business owner or whatnot, wanted to reach out and say, "Hey, Misha, got a freelance contract, $2,000 for 2 weeks. Do you in?" Maybe I am. Like that sort of thing. And then my time on X, making that connection, networking, that's how I could see value actually coming to me more as an entrepreneur. The actual subscriptions, I guess I would probably have to have, so I charge $2 right now. $2 for subscriptions. I'd have to have like, in the United States, at least like 3,000 subs alone. That would be living on $36,000. And that would probably be taxed too. So like, yeah. So let's go into another space quickly. I'm film an X Society Food Eaters. You're gonna see a video uploaded as well. Thank you for spending part of your morning with us, guys. This is X Society. This is Good Morning X. We are very grateful to have your time this morning, and we're gonna be streaming through probably at least noon. We've been going for 2 hours already. This is fun, right? It's Saturday morning. Thank you for joining us, and throw something in the chat if you like it or want to add more. Wonderful. So next space. I think I mentioned Punchbowl before. Punchbowl, I like to join once in a while if it's like, so Punchbowl, I usually listen more than I speak. And this is one of the fun things. And one of the things I actually like about the Punchbowl crew is they know like people, like big accounts and stuff, and not a big account, but accounts will come in and they don't make it weird. So like, I like to go in and not be anonymous sometimes because I also want to like, use my blue circle thing that shows up on the Twitter app to help bring, attention to the space. Sometimes it's like the lesson though. Like, and it, you know how much time it takes making all these shows and whatnot, the spaces and stuff. I'm on here streaming like 16, 18 hours a day. So sometimes I want to spend 30 minutes, an hour chilling out and listening to some other people speak. So that's what I like to do with the Punchbowl crew. And they usually don't bug you if you're in an audience, whatnot. Versus if it's Norwood's Yard. Sometimes I'll come up and co-host out on Saturday morning. Norwood, I love him. But Norwood's Yard, it's like, oh God, like he's gonna talk about me in the audience. I have to be like really clued in, and it's like a different sort of interaction, Okay, let's find the next space we want to do, guys. Good morning, Nigeria. Come on, listen to that. Let's go back into the space we were in earlier. It was the black space. It was are black people prepared for a possible race war or civil war in 2024, 2025? For this one, I'm obviously not going to speak as much, but this is with DJ L Beats. We're going to share the room here. One moment. That kid DLJ doing a follow. The kid DLJ. Got it. Okay, I'm going to share this. If the audio comes through clearly. Pretty big room. It's popping this one.
Man who ran away for
Okay, I don't
20
think
years,
audio came through.
didn't
Yep,
do
audio came
nothing
through.
else for niggas for a whole 2 decades. That nigga.
The man whose mosque presides sits in one of the most violent communities in America.
Also, guys, if
The
you want to
man
see
who can
something kind of
instruct
funny, I was thinking about
almost 150,000 votes in the city of
blocking the
Chicago
camera here.
area, but has yet to elect to.
So you guys want to see something funny, or like while watching me make a fool of myself? I was thinking about blocking the camera here to turn off the camera while I filmed the X Society Food Years episode. But I'm thinking, let's do it live. But I still have to get this on here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna let it go on live stream. So I forget what. Oh god, I have to film it live here. Okay. I'm gonna film it live here. We'll do it live. Okay. What, Bill Riley? We'll do it live. We'll do it live. Okay. So, yeah. I think I'm filming both angles here. Okay. So we are going to film X Society Food Years. Yeah. Oh, Joe. Oh, this is super fun. Be back in a couple of I do have to share, once I have to share the actual the post I made. Reimagined your own relationship with alcohol? Is that the right term? Re-examined? I think it's re-examined. I quit drinking 1 year ago. Have you ever examined your own relationship with alcohol, with your own relationship with drinking? Original song, Purple Sunrises on Turtle Island. Turtle Tunes. Okay, let's post this. I think this turned out pretty good. No, I don't want Siri. Stop. Stop. Siri, close. Stop. Golden sands beneath our feet. Purple skies light up. I think that's ready to upload. So postal. Okay. Wait, is no one talking on that? Where did I hear that? I heard someone say, is no one talking or is it just me? Not sure. So is this audio playing? Okay, share screen, stop that. Share the screen. Yeah, so audio should be coming through, right? Yeah, I'm not sure what's happening with the audio here. One second, we enter and we exit the studio. We say, okay, audio check on this. So my audio is coming through fine here. Let's try and share the screen again. What is going on? Why is the audio not sharing? Is no one speaking now? Wait, is that it? Was no one speaking? I'm not sure. Am I going crazy or I'm not sure? Should I let's get ready to revolt. Try that one. Miss Barbie 69.
Not right now.
Oh.
No, but you're about to block me, right?
Okay, so I was confused. I'm like, why was no one speaking? No one speaking. Got it.
It's not me.
All right. So this is working. You hear that? I'm gonna film X Society Food Years very quickly. So if you guys want to watch live, you can do so. Then we're gonna go back to this one. So the time. Let's see. Hide the chat overlay. Or no, I want to do the three split. I'm doing I'm splitting it in restream. That's what I'm doing. Like this. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna film the X Society Food Years thing. 1 second, guys. You'll probably hear it. So enjoy if you want to. If you don't want to. We're trying to do it in one shot. Hey, Gary, I said one shot and I messed it up as soon as it started up. We're trying again. Hey there, guys. Misha here from X Society, Turtle TV, Turtle Streams. We are coming at you right now with another episode of Food Eaters. And we are going back to Dunkin' Donuts. I meant to get a Dunkin' Donuts refresher actually here, but unfortunately I missed the boat on that. So what we're going to do instead is we are eating, what are they called? They're called bagel bites. Yeah, bagel bites with cream cheese in them. And we're having a nice, lovely iced coffee. So why am I sharing this? Because you still have time. It is August 10th right now, right? Yep, started August 10th. If you go into the app, there is a $4 deal drop. So we go like this. See that $4 deal drop? The $4 deal drop gives you one medium iced coffee or medium coffee if you want hot, and bagel minis. So bagel minis around me are usually $3. Iced coffee is usually like $2 or $3. It is decent savings. So here's what the bagel and what's saying bacon? What the bagel mini looks like. There's two of them that come in a package. Sometimes I've seen them come like the reliability hasn't always been great the times I've gotten them, but when they are done right, I do enjoy them. So let's take a bite. So look at this. Just like a little bit of cream cheese in there. Try the other one. See the consistency is there as well. Yeah. So a little bit different browning here on the two bagel bites, as you can see. This one's a little bit darker, but the actual consistency of the dough is relatively consistent between them. I'm gonna finish chewing before I speak. So I hope you enjoyed that. I would recommend getting it. You have a few days before that deal goes away, but either way, I would try the bagel bites at least once. They're kind of like a little bit. They're like the Munchkin version of a bagel. So make sure to check them out, guys. This is X Society Food Eaters. My name is Misha. If there's something you want us to review, please let us know. We're also trying to get healthier options. I know I just eat a lot of fast food, but thank you for watching the Turtles this morning. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Bye. So that was me. No. Doing a food eaters review. Hope you all enjoyed. I'm sure it was riveting stuff.
The tweet that I added to the Jumbotron.
Sorry, that was me. I really hate Barry Standing because he's got that Hitler moustache. So I can't be looking at him. He just fucks
Bro,
me up.
no, he's my dog, dude.
No, I don't. You know what, babe? I do want to have a conversation about Islam and that, but I don't want it to turn into a gripe.
Okay.
And it's like it's borderline. It's not you, but it'll go borderline.
No, I know.
And then
Sorry,
it's not
you,
but it's me.
It's not you.
It's just me. I'm still English.
You sound like a liberal. I'm sorry.
I'm a former liberal, so yeah.
Really?
Yeah, no, I'm not anymore. But oh god, it was embarrassing. I was reading.
No, yeah, she's been redeemed.
I think a lot of us were. I think a lot of us were at some point, you know.
Yeah. A liberal is a woman who has sex with other women, right?
No, dude. You know what, dude? It really is true that I see a lot of chicks like y'all coming around. Finally, you're like, oh, this was a bad idea, but it really was just some trusting.
I am not going to.
I'm
not going to listen to a man who calls himself chicken and who has a Canadian girlfriend. I am not.
Listen, Arthur.
I still have a bit of self-respect left.
Arthur,
I will not listen to this.
I know you're very upset that my rooster has fertilized some eggs here.
Seriously,
but
man.
It's okay.
Canadian
it's
chick,
okay,
Canadian, like you know, he
are just as much of a pain.
Hear the contempt in my voice. Canadian chick, seriously?
I think you're really mad that she was Indian.
See, I hate Canadians, man. I hate Canadians, man. I hate Canadians.
I got an Indian woman before you.
It's a fucking liberal shithole, man.
I literally went out with an Indian woman before you did, Arthur, and you're in India. How does this work out?
I'm trying to think of the app comparison.
Man, I don't have any choice, man.
Called it by an Indian. Like what's going on?
I eat what I'm given, you know. I fuck what I'm provided, so I don't have any choice.
I'm at this particular time, George. I am anti-white woman, so I'm not participating in white women fuckery.
I will, you know, earlier I had this particular thing. Because Luffy taught me to stay the fuck away from black women, and now I'll be doing the same for white women as well. You know, I don't want to go near any Western white woman. If I'm gonna if I ever get to fuck a white woman, she has to be from Europe. She has to be from Eastern Europe.
I told you they were evil, dude. I told you.
Not interested at all. I'm not gonna fuck any American.
Brooke, you remember when he used to be back there defending white women? He was like, "White women are so beautiful," and it was like, "No, Arthur, they're evil." No.
Not interested anymore, man. Not interested.
Well, guess what? They're not interested in you either.
I just
they are in my DMs all the time, and they're shouting all over the streets, "I love you, Arthur." What can I say?
So they ask him for
That's what's happening.
In your head.
Apparently.
Show proof.
There's absolutely nothing worse than
just send her our DMs. Just send her our DMs.
Like, are you able to hear the words that are coming out of my mouth? Like, okay, good. Okay, thanks. Don't do that again.
What happened? What happened?
I was like right on the punchline of my joke, and you started shouting in Indian. So just like hold your peace.
Who is talking right now?
A white man trying to oppress you, Arthur.
Who?
That's what a
Which
white
one?
Canadian
Which
man
one?
trying to oppress you. He's
Which
Canadian
one?
too, Arthur.
What?
Seriously, Canadian man
He's a Canadian white man saying to oppress Arthur. No, Arthur.
looking for his chance to speak.
Oh my god. Can we not chimp out for like a minute?
Well, it's
Impossible.
it's 8 p.m. in India, so I can very comfortably chimp out for the next 8, 9, 10, 3 hours. 3 hours. I have my time limit is after 11 p.m. I can chimp out.
So where are they talking about? They're talking about Putin, India, and Trump? I don't know, but
Fuck's sake. No fucking out. Anyway, alright, I've asked everyone my question. No, I'm telling you now, right, I'm getting seriously pissed off because I think, I think before long they're gonna start sliding it in. Like we've got like all the immigrants they're bringing into England are working war age.
Someone tell this man who's masturbating that his microphone is still on.
that's not me.
Wow.
That's not me. You guys can see. I just want to be clear. There is nothing happening below the waist. He was talking to someone on stage, but I'm just joking with y'all. You know I love you. I have to turn the audio back on.
Yeah.
It's written there. You know, they have clear. It's clearly written there.
Was the space called White Dudes for Harris?
She actually called bait something, but I didn't know what bait meant.
White Dudes for Harris, I think, is very rare. I can't see myself wearing any of those shirts. I don't want to wear a white shirt. Also, I think I'll get fine if I wear that. Like White Dudes for Harris, I don't know. I don't want to make about my race. But I think it's kind of like representative of identity politics now, where it's like kind of like that's what it has to be. It's like everyone's put in the groups. It's like, you know, what should I be like? White girl, bisexual, male, age 29, reddish, strawberryish blonde hair. For Trump, like how granular do we need to get here? You know, like do I have to get down to how I trim my fingernails or my glasses? You know, you have to add that I have like these lovely pink, not pink, these lovely cute burgundy glasses. You know, that's a characteristic, right? So I understand the strategy of it. I'm not talking the strategy there. It's just more the frustration now. We kind of make everything as an identity group these days, even when it doesn't really make sense. Like if you're a white dude that wants to vote for Kamala Harris, go vote for Kamala Harris. White dude that wants to go vote for Trump, go vote for Trump. But don't make it white dudes for either, you know?
In your like I'm saying front. Shut up, Papa.
Like what I'm saying is the campaigns are trying to manipulate you either way. Help how you want, donate how you want, but just remember it's politics at the end of the day.
Stop working, go out onto the streets and protest like a
protest
motherfucker
all the time. That's
Whoa, the former YouTube CEO died. Wow. That's crazy. Okay. That's crazy. So, I mean, I don't know her. This is more it's crazy because she was so young. Like 56 is young. Whenever I hear about death, I start to get a little bit sad. So now I'm like a little bit bummer. So I'm gonna go listen to space for a bit.
Solution everything through the state, and it's just like, you know, that's why I left. Because I thought it was a fucking loser mentality. Like, stop relying upon the state or upon your employer to do something of yourself. Just try to adapt with what the market is, you know, is giving you. It's as simple as that. So if you want me to protest, pay me. Otherwise, I am moving.
Dude, you know what, man? I used to really give the French a hard time back in the day when it came to like how I thought about how they conducted
Yeah,
their
we're gonna go
revolution,
relocate
right? Because we had
Yeah.
comparatively
turtles.
American versus
My
French, and it
camera
was
off for a
like,
second
fuck,
here, but
dude,
again, thank you for
they
joining
were
us this
kind of
morning.
like brutal and shit, and like, and you were like, and at one point I thought to myself, I was like, wow, they killed like all the lawyers, all the doctors, all the school people, all the people that had like seeming intelligence. Because back then, keep in mind, I was younger. I was
Mm-hmm.
like, wow, they killed all those folks. What did they do to their own population's genetics in wiping out all their intelligent people? But at the same time, now I see, right? Because now we need to have that same kind of revolution here, where we do that same shit to the lawyers, to the motherfucking politicians, to the professors, if that's what you call them. So I get it now, bud. I just, as a French dude, I wanted to apologize to you on behalf of your country.
No, we do like to protest, and we know how to protest like hard. But the thing is, it's like when you know who is at the real power, right? And I don't want to get involved into like stuff that cannot be said here. It's like you
No, no, no.
realize
We're free to talk about the Australian overlords here. We allow that speech.
the Australian overlords. All right, let's call them the Australian overlords.
No, no, we're talking about the Australians, the settler colonial project that's oppressing the indigenous people of Australia, this made up country that isn't even in the Bible, the Australians that control Hollywood. We're talking about the Australians.
Jess, you running a political space, Jess. Political space you running.
Well, I see you've changed the title, Arthur. That was nice of you. Now it's about
Hmm.
Arthur's Only Venture, venture.com.
Hmm.
All right, so it's like you realize that a lot of the stuff is just a Muppet show, and you just think, well, I'm not gonna topple the bloody system. Let me just fucking work on myself and not be part of it. Simple as that. So I don't rely on it. Otherwise I'm just a little serf like
Sigma
everyone else.
male.
More people should
Apart
follow
from
back people that
don't
support
tell me I'm
them.
a sigma.
Like sometimes people don't follow back like people that, or don't follow at all people that aren't verified with a blue check mark. So my best followers right now, guys, are people that are not verified. Just throwing it out there as a tip for people.
44. I'm not up to date with the old lingo.
No, but it's like the principle of even the sigma male. If you understand what sigma male is, the fact that you have to name a male such as sigma would go against the principle of being sigma.
I don't know who's moaning in their microphone like continuously, but if
It's
you're
the
not
Indian dude. It's the Indian dude. He does all that stuff. That Indian dude. He's doing
like,
it
we
all
don't
the
really want
morning.
to listen to
That
you going,
Indian dude.
Get the fuck out of the space then. Okay, get the fuck out.
like while we're having a
Is it
Go,
conversation.
another?
go. Yeah,
Is
yeah.
it
It's the
a
exact
bait
same. It's the
space?
exact same sound your
Why?
mother makes when she sucks black dude's dicks. Okay, that's the exact same sound.
Ah,
It's a bait space.
Oh my gosh. I hope
so
not.
so highbrow. So highbrow.
What
What am I
Actually,
happened?
can
thinking?
someone tell me what's? I mean, that may sound actually a bit, ironic because I live in the UK, but I barely followed the news and everything. I don't even know what the hell the protest about.
Okay, so originally what it was about is in Hartlepool, a Rwandan refugee or murdered. He went into a nursery of children under 10. They were having a dance party, and he stabbed several little girls and boys, and he murdered three little girls. And people were really, as the protest started, because people were angry about the crime rates of immigration, and particularly illegal immigration. Um, and so they started off, just it was a basic protest about that, about saying that we need to make a country safer, about you're bringing people in without knowing who they are, and you're not think just basically these people are dangerous, because we do have a lot of issues with certain minorities here, and certain people.
You mean the
Um,
Australians?
but then the Aussies, yeah. But then but then it went into more hard. But then it got like most protests. It started to kick off. The EDL, which is the English Defence League, joined it. So they're the far right. So they started getting more naughty. Then the looting started, and now, but then the Muslims came out and they started protesting as well. So now you've got the Muslims attacking the whites and the whites attacking the Muslims, and they're just all fighting out on the streets.
It's like this idea of the melting pot with
But
it's
what's
boiling.
what's making it worse is what made it kick off was that at first it was a protest, and it was just a protest. But the new prime minister, called the protesters far right yobs and said that they were all racist, and they just went crazy. They went crazy. And then you've got instances of Muslims standing on the street, literally saying in video in front of the police, "I'm going to rape your mother. I'm going to rape your daughter. I'm going to rape you," or whatever. And being the police saying, "We're here to protect you. We're here to protect you." So that it's just like it's a psyop. It's a big psyop.
Yeah, I mean, the left is like the
Are
Peter
you
and Wald.
are you planning to join the protest as well, Jess?
Not anytime soon. No, I don't
Stay
see
indoors,
robbing
okay?
bread
And
for
don't go
sausage
outside.
rolls. I
Don't
don't
go
see
outside. Stay
robbing bread for
indoors.
sausage rolls going to do
Mm.
anything for anybody.
Don't do anything stupid, okay? Let people protest. That's what they do.
The
Yeah.
protest is no longer a protest. I mean, there are some people protesting, yeah, but most people are just looting, and fighting.
Yep, that's what happens. It's just an
Um,
excuse.
It's been a long time coming, but I think why people are getting angry about it is that when the BLM riots started, and those were riots, they were looting and they were fighting. They called it protest and peaceful protest, and now the white people are doing it. They're calling them riots, yeah. And so people were like, yeah, it is riots, but it's funny how you speak the truth when it's white people, but you don't speak the truth when it's else. And they're saying that the Muslims who've been filmed several times all over the internet attacking white people, going into pubs and beating the shit out of white people, like just sitting there having a drink, and like they're not protesting, they're just going to the pub, beating the fucking shit out of them, having their lunch.
But hold on.
That's a peaceful protest.
Yeah, it's kind of like
Mostly
hold
peaceful.
on, It reminds me to like when there was a black CNN presenter. It's like peaceful protest, and behind you like a fucking building burning in fire. It was ridiculous. It became a meme. It's like, yeah, it's a peaceful protest, but it's like, but actually, where is it located? Because I've not seen any of that in London. I mean, in
Well,
my neck of
it's mostly out in the countryside because you've got places that you've got areas like, for example, Rotherham, which is like mostly Muslim
mhm.
area. And the issue with them, it goes back quite far. So basically, about 10, 15 years ago, there were Muslim grooming gangs. And this has all been proven. It's a fact, and people don't
Yeah,
like
no,
to
I
hear it,
know,
but it's
I know.
true. I'm saying for the sake of the room, there were Muslim grooming gangs, and they were raping young girls. They were grooming young girls, and they were raping them. And the police refused to investigate because they didn't want to look racist. So that's all come out now. That's all come out now. So now people, even though it's 10 now, it only came out a few years ago, the truth about what happened. And but now people they've just lost their shit. They've just said that's enough. But even in London, whites are actually now the minority in London.
Oh, it
We're
doesn't
the
surprise
minority
me.
by 49%. So we're a big minority, but we are the minority.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I mean, now you've got Labour in power. It's gonna be, covering after covering because it fucks up their narrative.
Yeah.
Simple.
The narrative
Hey,
they were
white
saying it
on
was going to be
white on
shit.
white crime is acceptable, but Muslim on white crime is not acceptable. That's the whole case, nothing else. Crime happen all the time. People die all the time. These street shootings,
Because they
killing,
were
stabbings
more
happen all the time.
concerned with pushing the
But when
narrative.
when an immigrant does it, it takes a different kind of situation. Like we can kill each other, but you are not supposed to come in and kill each other. That's the whole thing. It's
Well, the
nothing
thing
else.
is, it's like I said,
Out group bias, in group out group conflict is very simplistic. There's no particular philosophy or logic or politics behind it. It's just simple psychology. In group out group conflict. That's it. Some people will
base,
die on the some people will die on the streets. Some people will get maimed and hurt badly. Some people will went to the jail. Hundreds of people, 100, 200 people will. Then some of them will,
here's the argument from them,
and then
right?
it will all die down in a few months, 2 3 months.
Yeah,
It
but here's
happens.
the argument from the English
Yeah,
people,
but
or not
it's
just
not
from. Bear in
acceptable.
mind,
So
by British
it's the same
people.
thing with like when with the black on black crime, right? Black on black crime happens for decades. It's been happening right now. There's a whole bunch of people getting killed in Chicago. There's a whole bunch of people getting killed all over. But when a cop does it, one cop does it, It's because you're not supposed to do it. You're supposed to protect people. It's the same way what happens with immigrants. When immigrants come in, people are looking at it as we're doing you a favor by you coming to this country. You should be coming to this country acting civilized, acting in a civilized manner, not killing people. So when you come over and kill people, it gets everybody up in arms. It's the
So
same thing.
a guy went up and did something so he should be arrested and tried for it. What's the meaning of riots and protests? I don't understand that thing.
Well, the thing is, the argument is
That's
with
what
the
I just said.
illegals is
It says
the
that
issue is not
it's
it's
not
not
the
legal
reason why the uproar.
immigration.
The uproar is
They're
because
using
when
it.
the immigrant
People are in.
Yeah, do we want to try something else? We might try this was Rich Buzz Media. Let's go to that one. I'm just this one. So showing this one. We'll just speak over it if we want to. Yeah, so give them a follow, guys. The next space we're going into is hosted by that L girl. Throw this in here. What? I'm not a space celebrity. I'm really not. I'm not that important here. But thank you. I don't think anyone should say I'm important or a space of celebrity. That is not. I'm not important. Oh, I had to unmute them.
Lazy.
Yeah, you couldn't hear what they were saying. So they were
Well, I
saying I'm
woke
a
up at
space of
5 in the
celebrity. And I'm like,
morning,
I'm
and
not
then
a
I
space of
was up for
celebrity.
a
I'm just a
couple
random
hours
dude
and
on
fell back
spaces.
asleep.
But we're trying to do something fun.
Yeah, I woke up at
Is
like
the
2.
host we're joining?
Oh, and the Scott. God. I'll save you, James.
1 second. I'm gonna go grab my. I'm also playing
It's
PS4.
Slater.
Um, what did I come over here to get exactly?
Slater, have you watched that clip that I sent you yet?
I got up to do something and I forgot what I wanted to do. Oh, I wanted to.
Excellent.
That I wanted to turn on the TV.
Like, I'll take a mic, but I'm not gonna actually talk into it.
Should we join the stage? I'm not sure if I want to speak though. I'm just
Sorry,
good
guys.
chilling.
My mom was asking me a question about breakfast. How y'all doing? No, Lauren, I didn't
Well,
watch
you're
the.
still down there? Are you safe from the floods and shit like that?
Yeah. I'm gonna be here until September, the first week of September. I spend the whole month out here. Cricket, you know that. Or you haven't? I do it every year.
No, I knew it was like a month. I just didn't realize. Like, I wasn't, I guess, paying attention to when it started. So
Okay.
I thought
No,
you'd be doing
I
that.
got here last Friday. Not the Friday that just passed, the Friday before that, and I'll be here until the end of the month. So yeah, mom has been making
I'm doing a quick test on the audio, see if this comes through all right, guys. I actually hear that comes through.
What kind of
That's far away
pancakes?
from my laptop. So hopefully it works all right.
Just regular
I hear the
pancakes
audio
with
cut
You've
out.
been
And
eating
about 20
pancakes
seconds while I
every
continue to
day.
speak kind of loud for the
You're gonna do
recordings.
that for a
Speaking
month.
over myself to see if
Okay.
I
Do you
actually come
remember
through
a
rather clearly.
conversation we had like 2 weeks ago, where you're like, Cricket, how do you tell me about this intermittent fasting and like, because I really
Okay,
want to
No,
so
no,
like
no,
I
talk
have
Cricket.
to
to you
try
about.
Hold on,
and
hold on,
do
hold
this
on. I know
You
where
now
you're
know
going
this.
with this.
without.
I know where you're going with this. Okay, hold on.
You can't eat pancakes every day
I
and like
did.
lose
Wait,
some weight.
how's the audio still going? Oh, the audio's on. That's why. God, I'm so stupid. All right. All right, I'm going to shut up and just let you listen to space.
I was in a space yesterday, and I was going through my mother's pantry. She's got like cakes and cookies and stuff, and I was like whispering because I didn't want nobody to know I was in here. It was really funny. They were like, why is he whispering?"
James, no. Oh, he left.
Why isn't he peanut butter James anymore?
I joined as a speaker. Is, now, if I speak on it, it won't double audio. Must have PS4 here. Too much arguing spaces. Oh,
Used to be arguing about. It's
God,
just
I
like
muted it. I'm a
trivial
moron.
stuff. Wild. But I love his spaces though. Not gonna lie. Do love it.
I know. I was excited. I'm like, Slater would love this.
I love it. I'm glad that you invited me to that. It was his spaces are pretty funny. Hi Stormy. Or as
Yeah,
I
how
should
are
call
you?
you.
Are you
I'm
finally
good.
better, by the way?
Yeah, except I barely slept last night for some reason, so now I'm just exhausted.
I need to look to you for inspiration for like wellness.
Not get COVID.
No,
We could
I
do the
have it. That's why I
we
was
could
gonna
do
You
post
have
your
it?
picture. Yeah, I was gonna post your picture and just like leave it at that.
Which would be so funny.
I was like, but I'm like, maybe she has minions and they'd be mad at me, so I didn't.
Probably, it would probably be people I didn't even know. That was kind of how I found out about the other one getting stolen.
Yeah, but no, I have it, and I blame like you. And I must have got it from you and Peace, probably Peace.
Yes, definitely. Are you taking Paxlovid?
I'm not. I didn't go to the
I'm
doctor.
gonna say the taste it leaves in your mouth is like, ugh.
I mean, it's really like it hasn't been that bad.
Yeah,
It's just been, but it's been enough to where like I'm just not doing anything, you know. And
exactly.
Feel better, Cricket, and whoever has COVID.
in terms of my like throat and like all of
Mhm.
that, but like my lungs feel worse today, and I feel like I'm coughing a lot.
Mhm.
Um, and I feel like I'm coughing so much my abs. It's like an ab workout now.
Oh, I hate that.
Does
But I
anybody
mean, I
have
also just woke up, so I need to like go downstairs and get some medicine, like a
Mhm.
Dayquil. But I don't feel like getting up, so I'm gonna wait for someone else in the house to get up and bring it to me.
Do you think it'd be possible to cough yourself a six pack?
Yes.
I think your ribs would be inflamed at that point.
I do think I've lost some weight.
I feel like, I mean, I've never had COVID.
Did you
Every
wash your
time
hands?
it's so different.
I wash my hands, so
And she bought plenty of toilet paper. For plenty of toilet paper.
Every like strain has been very different.
Does anybody have a Disney Plus account that I could borrow? I'm trying. All I'm trying to do is watch X-Men '97, and you know, I'm just trying to run through. I got 3 weeks down here. I'm trying to run through that, and then that's it. I'm watching Jack Reacher on my mom's Amazon account, which is pretty cool, and I'm gonna watch The Boys too. She.
You're watching The Boys with your mom.
No. I wait till she leaves the room because she gets super. No. She gets, oh my god, I can't. Because my mom was like, I can't watch this. Oh, God wouldn't like me watching it. Blah 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 blah. So I just wait till she just leaves the room and I turn it. Like she can't like I'll watch Unsolved Mysteries or like Cold Case Files and she's like, I get nightmares watching this with you. So I'm like, all right. So I just wait till she leaves the room.
Unsolved Mysteries. Is this the year 1989?
Yeah, the new episodes on Netflix. What is wrong with you, Cricket?
I feel like you watch Touched by an
I have
Angel
COVID.
later.
Yeah, she gets
And,
like, oh, I'm getting older now. I can't be watching this scary stuff. So,
and hi, Misha.
hey, Nisha.
Misha's been streaming video games. He plays Civ.
What's Civ?
Civilization. My husband just got real interested. He's like, when?
You should join my Discord.
He wants Misha to join his Discord.
Yeah, I'm thinking about using StreamYard.
Yeah, but he's more interested in Civilization.
Hmm.
Is that what you're doing now? Are you streaming right now?
For some reason, I thought that was your husband, Cricket, and I was like, wow, what? His
Misha?
husband.
No, I'm not married to Misha.
I didn't know. I didn't. I'm not looking at my phone.
Misha is a young man from Connecticut. I wish him well.
For a second, I thought you were going to say, I wish I was married. I was like, what?
Oh, sorry, Misha. I'm sorry. Yeah, I thought that was public.
Screw off, and that's what I get for joining this space. I'm not going on the stage anymore on any of these spaces. I'm not going on the stage. I hate going on these stages. It's awkward. I don't need these people. I don't need them to play off of me. I can just say what I want by myself. God. Unless it's Blanco, I really just don't want to get any of these streams. Or Clark. I'm gonna go into a different stream now. I still want so. Yeah, the stuff is out there, but I don't want to be broadcasted like that. And also, what's the space? Then I have to explain where I live if it's relevant. It's like, no, fuck off. Don't want to deal with that shit. Screw this. All right, I found a different space we can join. And I go into a different space now. Screw that. Do not join that space. Do not join it. What's that space? What was the space titled? Not turtle approved. I'm gonna be a petty bitch about it. Not turtle approved. If you're gonna go mention where I am, like off the cuff, screw you. Screw you. Pound sand suck my cock. I'm just done with this shit. God, pissed. The thing is, I said it though on space, so I'm recording this stuff. So they just said it. And, God damn it! I'm not speaking anymore on these spaces. I'm gonna speak over them, but I'm not going on these stages. These motherfuckers can either shut up and say something interesting, or I'll say it myself. So we're done. We're done. And I forgot to unmute this. We're done with these spaces. If it is a space, we're going to speak over them. We're not going to wait. Can I put audio before? One second. I want to try and switch over to the headphones.
Oh, swear on. Go on, Janda. Janda, go on.
No, I just got a few things to bring up. That the conversations last year about customers' legs being gone, I can see that now, and during preseason, that those conversations are now dead. Because it's clearly a system problem from last season that hasn't continued to this season, that's seen a better Casemiro today. Casemiro today has been head and shoulders above best midfield, above Kobe, above Mount, and above Bruno. But mainstream media and United fans won't tell you that. They won't tell you that. Because it's fashionable to crash on Casemiro. But I'm not here to hear that, right? Okay.
Can you form that conclusion off one preseason game?
Of the Liverpool game and today.
Oh, this guy. Well, let's wait till the season starts because
it's not
I don't
enough
know.
data, mate. It's not enough
Yeah,
data.
we can wait, bro. We can wait. I don't care.
But
We can
hold
wait.
on, yeah. It's not the start of the season. Though. We're talking about season starts.
This is not the start of the season, man. It's just.
What is it then? What is it then? What is it then?
It's just a nice little friendly game, man.
Oh, here we go, bro.
It's a friendly before the season, man.
Try to make it look like it's not important.
Hey,
Like,
Pablo.
I'm telling you, when Casemiro goes away to some random
I
stadium,
told you
he's
about
picking it up.
Bobinho, man. His stocks are gonna go crazy this season, man. You man can't buy no more stocks, man. Big up
No, it's
Bobinho.
good. It's good. No, he's not top talent. Let me say,
Nah, he's
I've
top talent
got a
still.
new nickname for him. I called him Baby Rivaldo, guys. Baby
Man,
Rivaldo.
how
How
the
many
baby man
Rivaldo
didn't
you
get to
got? How
fly,
many
bro?
Rivaldo you got?
Baby
How many baby
That's so
Rivaldos do we have?
cringy. That's so
Oh, you
cringy.
City fans are so
So
cringy, bro.
cringy. That's
Oh
so
No,
my
he's got
god.
cringy.
bro. He's got quick
Fair
feet.
Oh.
enough, man.
Baby
Hey,
Fair enough.
I'm gonna
Rivaldo.
vote for
Oh
you
Don't
lot,
my
man.
label
god,
everyone just
man.
because
Fabinho's
I'm
Hamza's
not
much
being
like
better,
that.
man.
unfair.
I'm
One
going
second.
vote.
Check
I'm going vote.
Rivaldo's quick feet. Let me
Hamza,
show you
Hamza,
Hamza,
the
Hamza,
leg.
Hamza,
Hamza, you're 70 years
Rivaldo,
old,
I
man.
don't know.
Hamza. Can you talk about Amadiala, bro?
He's good. He's a good player. We want. You know
Yeah,
what?
I'm not
Man
Listen.
just
like
talking.
You know what?
Amadillo.
I'll never pass it. Listen. You know what? I'll
Amadiala.
never pass on Amad Diallo
Messi. I'm calling
because
it Messi.
no 1 second. Marlo. The reason is
True,
because
true,
City were
true, true.
after him when we
Baller,
played
man.
Atalanta youth team and he cooked us. So I'm not gonna. He's a good player. Amad Diallo is a good player. If you don't rate Amad Diallo, you're a hater.
That kid
I
there.
think he's a good player.
I don't
I
know
think
how he dribbles so fast and he's
he's good.
so
He's a
right.
good dribbler.
I don't understand how, bro.
But the only problem they'll let him down. Oh, okay. Zerks is about to come on.
Pep looks
Sanchez on the
stressed.
bench. Oh, this
Look at
guy's
see
But I
about to
Pep.
want to
release
He looks
see.
Man.
stressed.
Oof, oof, oof,
Oh.
Hey, listen.
And
Zach,
then you want me to.
hey, I got
If
a stop.
Xerxes scores
There's
on
my guy
Stones' head,
Edison, fam. My
Marlon,
guy.
I got stock
Marlo.
in
Right
Zach.
now. Hey,
I
hey,
hope
hey,
man don't
hey.
ruin him in it.
Listen, City fans just need to realize we need signings. After today, I'm
We all
showing
know
me
this,
Nico
Hamza.
Riley
Fuck's
is a good
sake.
youngster,
We
but we need
understand.
to sign.
Hamza,
We know.
Why is
Hamza,
Omar Barada living
can
in
we
your
just?
head rent free? That's what I want to know. Why is
Hamza's
Omar
still
Barada
stressed.
The
living in
guy,
your head
He's
rent free?
the
stressed.
guy's lost more
Yeah,
hair
well,
since he
Hamza's
left
way
last
too
season.
stressed for this.
no, Hamza's
Safe, he's
stressed, bro.
stressed, bro.
Hamza's
He's
stressed,
stressed.
but says he doesn't care. Well, can you pick a side, bro?
You know
Hey,
it's
listen,
safe.
Wait,
what's the score? Hey,
No, no,
predict
no,
the
no.
score line quickly. 1
Sir,
second.
why
safe.
back?
All right, so I'm going to test my AirPods now. Essentially, I just want to see if this is going to be any better. 1 second while I do that. Yeah, if you're listening to this, we left that space because we got doxxed. Like, holy hell, do not dox me on your stream. First off, I tell people where I live, but do not dox me on your stream, the randos. It's something else I have to worry about. It's like 8 people. These people have been on spaces before. They're not morons. So if you want to know why I don't do spaces anymore, I don't come up, it's because people are awful and I can carry a show. I can carry a show. Most of these other people cannot carry a show. I don't even like making shows. I like making them with Jay Blanco. We're not making spaces anymore. We're making chatter rooms. The rest of the time, I don't think a lot of these people are particularly talented or particularly interesting. So if I want to use them as content, I will use them as content and speak over them. But I'm not coming up on these stages anymore. Absolutely ridiculous. Like anytime I'm even in the audience, sometimes it's like people are talking about me. It makes it awkward. And I just want to stream. I want to stream people who don't know who I am. That's the only thing I want to do. I want to stream people who don't know who I am, who don't give a fuck about me, so I can at least talk how I want. I don't want clout from these people. I want to make the clout by saying my piece on my own streams. God. So I'm not a Spaces celebrity. Stop saying that shit because there's Spaces narcissist sociopaths that are fighting with each other, and I don't actually want to be in that market. They can kill each other for all I care. I don't want to be in that market. So to stop referring to me as a Spaces guy, we make Spaces shows as part of it. We speak over Spaces. We stream whatever we want to do. Like Good Morning X is done besides just me pushing this brand within Blanco's networks. Anyone else can fuck off. Like really, really, I'm done listening to other people. If Clark wants to run a show, I support Clark's show because he can do it independently and it's cool and it's interesting to people. People come to that. I see it. But then there's other stuff where it's like so many times on Spaces, people have such a big head. It's like, do I want to join this space? Unless it's Mario, some of these motherfuckers like chase you around. Like, I had to soft block someone. I soft blocked someone. I'm not going to say her name, but I soft blocked someone yesterday. I've been following her for a year and a half. I've never had a conversation about why. If she ever asks, I'm never going to explain why. But I'll explain why in general. Jimmy had an issue with her. Jimmy told me a couple things about this lady. I didn't like it. I didn't even put it out there. Like, I didn't put it out there in terms of, like, you know, like, don't go to her spaces and all that other stuff. Like, this one I only put do not put it because I literally went into the room and this bitch, like, name dropped the state I'm in to these randos. So I left and I put that up there. So it's not that L girl's fault. I don't think she wasn't the main host. She was the main host, or she wasn't the host that said that. So, you know, I'll just put GMX up for now. GMX up for now? What do we want to do? GMX. Show GMX on the screen there. Showing GMX on the screen here. But again, unless it's a Blanco space or a Roosevelt space, I like the Roosevelt. I like hanging out with Freddie. Freddie's cool.
Freddie knows what he's doing in social audio. He's talented. He's talented. People wanna listen to Freddie. People don't want to listen to a lot of these other folks. They're only getting attention because of the bots and positioning in the algo, and they're focusing on the wrong thing. They're focusing on spaces and not live streams. You should be focusing on live streams. Spaces should be used to generate content for live streams where you can do what I'm doing right now and speak over with no one else to mute you. That's the thing. You either are a host that's very, very firm control over your room and you run a call-in radio show, or you use spaces for basic events, or you use spaces for a thunderdome of drama. If I don't want to do any of those three, I just want to look at the content and go, okay, no one's making content like the same right now, which is speaking over all the idiots here, all the idiots, jackasses, state actors, motherfuckers. No one's really speaking over it. So I'll go ahead and do it because no one else has the balls to actually say most of these people aren't actually that interesting. So we're going to go listen to another space here, and I'm going to try and find an interesting one. I want the ones where it's the motherfuckers arguing like gladiators, but not mentioning me. I am not the entertainment. The only entertaining thing should be about me should be if someone is listening to this right now and wants to listen to me rant. It should not be whether or not someone random on a space mentions me. And it's like, make it the show. Make it the show. Like, you know, we're in a content world right now. I saw something on LinkedIn today, and LinkedIn's awful. But the reason I bring this up is this person brought up that there's going to be the rise of $1 billion valuation individuals. I firmly believe $1 billion is a lot, but like I firmly believe that individuals with the reduced barriers to entry with content nowadays and what you can do with AI. Look, I'm going to keep doing whatever I want to be doing. If someone wants to go be a random spaces host, they can do so. But overall, the point of what I'm doing here is solely to make the best content on the internet for our given resources. So really all I need are Blanco and pretty much everyone else can screw off. But I'm trying to be a nice guy. I'm trying to be patient. So you won't see me on spaces. You won't see me arguing with people. If I have an issue with someone, I soft block. That's it. We're going to focus on Turtle Island with NX Society. If it's not Blanco's Networks, if it's not Turtle Island, if it's not in the vision, we don't have time to deal with that stuff. I know I'm making these streams and stuff. I'm testing stuff. I'm trying to learn how to kind of best connect this all. A lot of this is not about where I have 120 viewers, 12 viewers, 1,200 viewers. It's about setting up a roadmap for the next few years. So that's my rant over. I'm going to go find a space now and play some video games as well. God, I looked at Meme Coin Mania and it's like all NFT fake profile pics or whatever. Web3 interactions. I can't tell if something is an interesting Web3 space or whether or not it's BS. Like, I don't want to be pitched on something. I don't want to be sold something right now. What I want an interesting discussion maybe. There's a good profile I streamed the other day. AI art. It's AI art today. If you see that space, that's a great space. Really. The guy only has like 400 followers. I think I pinned it in that stream, but like only has 400 followers. One of the best spaces on X. Like that's what I'm talking about. Sometimes the best spaces on X are the ones that are smaller. The bigger ones, people just go into them to get followers. People know what they're doing when they get on Mario stage. They want followers, they want attention. That's it. The same reason why people suck Mario's cock when it's like, you know, something where it's like, I saw someone get paid $200 by Mario for, you know, buy me a coffee type thing. And he somehow praised Mario in his reporting for making a mistake. And it's like, I just looked at that and I'm like, God, that was gangster by Mario. That was gangster. Oh my God. I agree with him, I disagree with him. He got that guy to roll over, bend over like a dog, put his butt in the air and take however size his dick is all the way in for like 20 coffees. So I can buy people for 20 coffees. Maybe I should just start buying people. How much does it cost to buy people on spaces? Can I buy shows? Like, you know, if I have the value of the shows, if I value them higher, you know, can I buy them for like $100? How much does it cost to buy someone? I'm not talking sponsor. I'm talking literally buy them, buy the show. I'm half kidding, but I'm half being, you know, serious. don't take anything I say too seriously. Sometimes I stay in character. Sometimes I rant. Sometimes I rave. Sometimes I go more into like a role where I'm literally playing a different character. So, that's the general thing of what we're doing on Spaces. I'm not trying to do the general I was before, which I think I found too many, and I'm trying to say this in the least egotistical way possible. I found too many situations in which I wanted to say things and they weren't bouncing off people to make them better. It was like I was just waiting to finish out the structure. And that's fine. So the answer is not to try and change an entire structure of Spaces or to change how they work. The answer, in my view, if I think that this content is more compelling, and if I think I can talk better than these people, is to actually just talk on a live stream and sometimes to join the Spaces and pause them if I want and go talk about what they might be saying that's bullshit. Like, the thing is, there's so many people. There are people that go to digital training for Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. And it's like, Jesus Christ. It's like don't with a straight face tell me JD Vance like screws the couch. I'll stream the space. I'll say he doesn't. Or like vice versa. It's like people need someone that is not gonna be bullshitting them. And the thesis of kind of what I was talking about before, the $1 billion content creator valuation. Yeah, I don't think I'm worth $1 billion. I would just be happy to be worth $1. But like the thing is, all the tools are available. All the abilities to kind of put together content is available, and I think it's just really up to you whether or not you actually want to try and create something that's authentic for people. And for me, being authentic with people is not being fake nice. I'm nice, but being authentic with people is not being fake nice. When someone pisses me off, I usually say it if it's public, and if it's private, I just say I'm pissed off and I try to get away from the situation. Fake niceties is not the best thing in my world, even if it's the best way to grow as an influencer or whatever. In my world, I think authenticity and connecting with the audience in a trustworthy way is much, 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 much more important. The thesis of the $1 billion content creator is that people are moving away from making purchasing decision makings with the largest brands, the largest media companies, the more people that they generally trust. So, think about how this plays in. I'm not getting paid for my videos, right? Like by these brands, but I'm going out and I'm eating at KFC, McDonald's, Dunkin' Donuts. I just did a Dunkin' Donuts earlier today where and let me since I'm not streaming anything on that one, let me just go like this. I didn't hide the chat overlay. One second, guys. Overlay, we can get rid of that, and let's do this. Okay, so generally speaking, like I think it's a matter of authenticity. So like I'm going to these places, I'm actually eating. This is what I eat. I know I'm not the healthiest eater. I'm trying to get some healthier options, but if you're thinking about the best way to target, I think that there's a lot more value in someone that is literally creating content around a turtle Web3, if you want to call it Web3 ecosystem of sorts. And it's like, I built in McDonald's into the turtle story. People, I'm not making an ad, but I'm showing a case study if you think about it, where it's like all these people are essentially viewing an organic ad that is also really good, in my opinion, content. But like, it's an organic ad. So I don't see anyone else that's making it that organically and also to distribute it as part of a network. So if you're able to make it smart and you're able to reduce your costs, yeah, you can create a network of shows of sorts or a network of programming very inexpensively. And I think that that's what we're going to do. And I have my end. Jimmy's a one-man show. And the thing is, I'll just stream as well myself if I need to stream and make content. If we need to do Good Morning X, where I stream every morning and I talk for 4 hours straight, you have to see my awful face for 4 hours straight. I will do that. The thing is, we're walking down the morning hours. We're also going to lock down the afternoon hours. Jimmy's going to be doing a lot of evening stuff. That's kind of how I think about it. Now, I want to play some video games while I listen to some Spaces and then speak over them. What amazing content, right? Yeah, I just say we're making the best content, and now I'm going to play video games in front of you while waiting until something interesting to be said. Let's join Punch Bowl. Punch Bowl's good because Punch Bowl just lets me come in, not to mention me. Not to worry about someone mentioning what state I live in. But again, you can go find it out. I don't hide it. I've even tagged it, but it's kind of like going onto a YouTuber stream. Let's say I went onto a YouTuber stream for an interview, and they have 500,000 followers, and that person has mentioned where I live. It's like, sure, if their viewers wanted to go and find it, they could, but like, I don't want to just be volunteer necessarily. What is it? Punchbowl. Let's see, the Punchbowl. Punchbowl TM. Punchbowl TM. That's it, right? Yep. There we go. Let's show that. See what they're talking about here.
Chris, no, Sean, Gads, Chris, and Joel. And then what? Eyes wide.
All right. Well, good morning, everyone. I don't know what y'all been up to this morning, but I've been having a great morning personally, and we just kicked off block walking for Ted Cruz here at Ted Cruz headquarters at 9 a.m. and we're about to kick off another round of block walking here at 12. So in an hour and 23 minutes, we'll have another group of people leaving out to block walk. Not only that, we had a MAGA train flag convoy this morning that's meeting up. They met up at 9 a.m. at 3 different locations and drove around 610.
So I keep hearing from people on X, the anti-Trump people right now, not the anti-Trump people, I mean the doomers, that Trump has no ground game, so, or no grassroots, and apparently this is conflicting that.
So if you really want to make a difference, folks, being on social media, that's going to get a certain amount of reach. But beyond that, you got to get out in your community and start doing stuff and meeting other people. There's a
100%. Guys, it seems, and then mute that because it's the TV. Guys, that's the thing. What matters is, you being able to do things off of X a lot of times. So like, I don't have a big impact with my digital stuff, I feel like, with this account. My turtle account, anything I post is not going to change the outcome of this election. Now, there's things I might be able to do on digital channels to help the people that I want. That's different. But even that is not as big as some other stuff, which is actually going out and trying to connect with people, making calls, trying to advocate for your person. And a lot of that is often done privately, making a private call and saying, I think you should consider going for him. Not everyone's reading my Twitter. A lot of times people also think that everyone is reading their social media all the time. Like, do you view everyone's Instagram story? You look at all their Facebook posts or all their LinkedIn posts? I do not have time. I barely have time to look at any of it. So my assumption is, even the people that know I write a lot, I even have this platform and everything, like, the best way to convince them is say, hey, here's why I support this guy. Here's why I think it's important. Here's what I'm doing. Here's how you can help. And they want to help, they can. If they don't, they don't. So, and then shove again, we're going to listen to space. I think Punch Bowl is the right one to choose. We're going to say Punch Bowl is a great option. So go check out the Punch Bowl as well if we're looking for a great space to join. We're not going to be joining us on the stage as a speaker, but we're going to be speaking over at times.
To know how we're doing this in Harris County so you can do it where you're at, I can tell you, because you can do the same thing where you're at. It's applicable all across the country. It really is. And I want to make sure people understand what we're doing here. Because unless people are told who to vote for, a lot of times they won't go vote, especially for the positions down ballot like JP, Justice of the Peace, Constable. I don't know if some people have constables. We do. So there's all these positions that are elected, and oftentimes voters just have no idea who the heck is the Republican. They don't know who these people are running for judge. They have no idea. In fact, I can't even name you all 87 candidates that are on the ballot in Harris County. That's right. We've got like over 80 something people that you could possibly vote for, depending on where you're living in the county. So let's make it simple and let's get organized. I think if we focus on getting organized all over the place as well as possible and keeping it positive and actually getting out into our communities, that's how we're going to have the best maximum impact. That's the best use of our time. Like I often look and say, okay, what is the best use of our time right now, this very moment? Is it doing this? Is it doing that? What is it? To me, right now, getting out into our communities, and if you find these volunteers, invite them to join your Signal group chat. If you don't have a Signal group chat of local volunteers,
Hey guys, just a quick thing. If you're in group chats, y'all, those are filled with fads probably. Like, I'm just keeping it real. And I paused the audio. I like what he's saying with add people to your chats. I like it. I agree. I often will integrate people into anything grassroots I'm doing. I don't necessarily run group chats as much, but in general, if someone wants to help my guys, yeah, reach out to me. We'll talk. My big thing is like also like I've actually done a lot of stuff with younger people because I realized that there's so many creepy people in politics that are going to like these conferences and stuff, and like I don't know, it's just weird to me when a bunch of grown men are around like 16 to 22-year-olds. I'll say it that way. So like, if someone is smart, motivated, I'll recognize that. I'll try and connect them or something if I know a campaign and all that. But what I tell people is like, those group chats can be great networking opportunities, but they can also be used against you, particularly if someone else posts something that could be considered, whatever, a scandal, and it's used against you down the road. Like if you ever run for office or something, or it's something where like you're in those group chats and there's a fed or something in there, and it's like, look, I don't say anything that's illegal. I feel like I'm not doing anything that I think should put me on a watch list. I'm playing video games to a turtle. I'm writing, sharing my mind. Actually, yeah, that makes sense. Probably that would put me on a watch list if I'm supporting free speech and sharing my mind. But I'm only half kidding. I think like for the most part, like I think there's well-intentioned people that are going to get ensnared and entrapped though, and that's what I'm worried about. Because for the most part, the reason I'm worried about entrapment is like I think there's a lot of people that say they're going to do something or just ponder the idea, and it's a lot easier to happen in a signal chat than versus like if you're talking with Larry or Marsh at the bar. So just be aware of it. I think use caution, and also don't put anything in there that is so sensitive. I'm not saying from a Fed perspective, but talking from like a liberal perspective, maybe don't put anything in there that liberals could use. So here's the thing: like, there's probably a Democratic plant in probably most MAGA group chats, or two or three or whatever. It's probably also MAGA people that are like in liberal group chats. All these people have all these accounts, right? Like I could have a bunch of accounts, right? The thing is, I think about people who are what are your politics and stuff. And it's like, okay, like really, if you really want to go back and test whether or not I'm being sincere, it's like, look, it's like a decade of stuff. And it's like I go back on a lot of views and whatnot, but my general vibe has been the same. So it's like, look, I'm weird. I'm never running, but for the most part, I feel like people know that they can kind of like trust what I'm putting out there, or trust that what I'm trying to do there is authentic. But I think there's just a lot of people on social media that say bullshit. They take advantage of people. They're not trying to help campaigns. They might be spies, like I mentioned before. Like, and there was an example of spies. There was one lady. Actually, she goes by Turtle. To be clear, she had like a turtle in her name or something. To be clear, there's no turtle thing connection there. But she went into like a bunch of MAGA group chats. I think she was around Laura Loomer and a bunch of other ones. And it's like, okay, like you did that for a year. What did you find? Well, you found MAGA people talking like MAGA people. It wasn't actually that much of a gotcha. I read the story. It's like, okay, so you took a few photos with these people, and oh my God, they thought that you were a Donald Trump voter because you told them you were a Donald Trump voter. Oh my God, shocking! It's like I'm kidding partly. I'm exaggerating and being hyperbolic. I'm using hyperbole here because there could be someone that could get a lot of more important info if they knew how to do it. Like, and speaking as a former political operative, I wouldn't let myself into like a very liberal strategic group chat. I would say, like, don't put me in a Kamala Harris 2024 group chat. Like, really? I mean, honestly, that's on you. That's not even me doing espionage. It's on you. It's just add me to it. Like, I generally feel that if you're in a group chat, if it's more than like two people. No, if it's more than one other person, you can't keep a secret. Like, I assume anything in group chats will eventually get public, and also I tend to be more of an open book too. So I just write. I say what I want. If it's gonna be an issue down the road, it's gonna be an issue. I know that. I know how this industry works. I'm probably going to people will probably try to counsel me down the road, whatever. But the thing is, I think that for the most part, like I'm getting back to what is my general view all along, which is like I'm trying to advise people on how to get involved in politics, like as part of like what I want out of life, my own vision, without them getting screwed. So when I say approach group chats with caution, you approach them as tools and be very, very discerning and careful about what you say, why, and who you trust. And remember, you might not even know if that person is even American. If you haven't met them in person, how do you know if they're an American?
They know who Trump is. In Texas, they know who Cruz is. So get them in on that. And then when they come through hey, did you know there's 87 other candidates here? What precinct are you in? Let's get you all the candidates' names. Here, we got signs for 5 of them right here. Would you like to take a sign for the guy that's running for sheriff, for district attorney, etc.? So that's definitely the way to do it. People want these Trump bait signs. Margot is correct. They do. They want them. And if you can have the bank like we have at our clubs where we go drop off money, like I'll go drop off $30 and say, here, go order some more Trump signs. People walk through the door and they want to donate to pay for their sign. Great. Put the money in the bank, the little bank box, and then when you get $500 in it, place another order. It's that simple. Anyone can do this. Anyone can do this. Margot and I can show you how to do it. We can help you get connected with the outlet to get the signs. It's not a problem, folks. We got to do it.
Thanks, Tom. I appreciate you. Miss G, I totally went off your. I don't even know where you are because I got ADD, but I know you do.
I'm talking with my mic off. Okay, not
On.
enough
That's right.
coffee. We are going to Sean next, and then it's going to be. Give me a second. Let me realign. It's I think Chris, Joel, Eyes Wide Shut, and Alex now. Thank you all.
I'll be brief. I was
I'll
just
get in
going to
here.
say, I think that,
Ooh,
we were talking about Brat and we're talking about socials and all of these
you're hearing me talking. I'm playing Horizon Zero Dawn while we're joining the space.
in some of the organizations. Like, I had to call Margot the other day because my head was just going to explode. I
This is
was like,
Sean
I know it's
speaking.
late at night, but like, I need to bitch about this. Sorry, Bishop, if you're on here. Sorry, I know I'm trying. But it's
You have that,
Saturday.
Sean.
I need
Not.
to
It's
complain
bad if
about
I.
this.
Is it bad if I can recognize certain
We
people who
are
speak
so
without even seeing their profile?
disorganized and inefficient. It is insane. It is insane. The only way that you get things done and that you're able to move at the speed in which the other side is moving is if we are better organized. And I know this sounds like I'm just complaining, but in my head what I'm telling you is like I've worked in organizations with 30,000 people just at the headquarters. We need better structure, and I'm not saying that we need this, but what I am saying is like we should all be connected and on the same page, and everything is so disjointed. I feel like we need somebody to come in and help us organize these different like sub levels of the campaign, so that we can work faster and smarter, um, and on message. So that was the first thing that I was going to say. The second thing that I was going to say is just that there are certain influencers in this on our side of the space who do have bigger followings that they have built based on their persona, their personality, etc. So like what I would say is like for example, Ant, like conservative Ant, who was on here the other day, like he has a lot of straight men who follow him. So conservative Ant coming out and posting or reposting content from some of the gay, more out there, um, you know, Republicans who are in a certain position and have certain content, reposting that to his space only actually hurts that individual and much of his following. Like, yeah, you might gain a couple followers here or there. And I think that's what Scott was trying to say is like, I will 100%, amplify messages, but I am just trying to like amplify messages, specific messages that I know
Yep,
will bring you more of a following.
that's right. Best approach.
And that was just what I wanted to reiterate.
Well, I took it the wrong way because he mentioned my name and said specifically when I have reposted him 100 times, I interviewed him on my shows. I have I have I have fought the RNC with him when they were ignoring him, to the point when I went to Washington and I asked about Scott Pressler, and then he calls me out, and he's never shared me once with the veteran strife and issues that we've dealt with or anything else, and the people that are coming at me. I think it's
I
hilarious
don't think
because
he
you
was calling you
sycophant
out.
for him. But see,
I
this
don't
the
think he
thing
was
is
calling
he
you
did.
out.
He said Chad Margot, like you guys, and I know what he was trying to do, and that's what Scott.
So I don't know the context here. I just joined it relatively late, but I tend to like Sean, and I tend to think he has a good head on his shoulder. It's rational.
To
Not
call us
true.
out that we
That's not true. Actually,
look,
that's not true, man.
look,
And
he puts
and
it in his
listen,
own
it's
post. He
well,
has never
Chad.
reposted
Well,
anything. You don't
Chad,
get to
hold on,
talk over me,
brother.
Tom, because you want to.
No,
I was
Chad.
talking.
Okay, go
I
ahead.
was
I'll go
talking.
after you. Go ahead.
I understand you're upset. But here's the thing, he's never reposted me once. I've had him on my shows, I've done all of it. And he's never done anything for the veterans or went out there and said anything. He's never reposted one of our things. I haven't even seen him put out Trump Force 47. He's a one guy thing. He does registration, good. But don't come into a space and call out me a Margot because we have a following and that we need to share his shit more and, and with no caveat. But when I said, well, you've never shared mine, he said, if it's about voter registration, I'll do it. It's a either do it or don't, and that's okay if that's what he wants to do. But when he calls out me and Margot that we need to do that, and I understand what he was doing, I didn't appreciate it because you don't share anything of mine, and I've shared him. That's all of my point was. Is it's what's good for you should be
And
good
I
for
get,
us.
All right.
I
So now
totally
that you've
get that.
gone, let
But
me say a few words here.
Okay,
Hold
no,
on, just a minute.
hold up, folks, because here's where I love this co-host thing. I'm just gonna put this out there, and I think everyone gets confused. I want you know, I want you to know that I appreciate seeing Chad's information. Margot is one of the best. I've learned so much from her. What's going on in Texas, Tom? People need to know this. And although I'm from New York and it has nothing to do with me, I will share it, or I will hit a like, or I will comment, and I will interact, because you know what? Texas is a part of America. Texas is a part of, and what you're putting out, what this movement on the right, America First, is trying to get out there. And although I might not be in Texas, if I retweet that or if I comment on it or whatever, and someone else does as well, that's how we get that information out. And that's how other people see it and learn, holy crap, I'm in Texas. This is going on. Listen, this is social media. I'll say it again and again and again. I know we have our own things. My thing is crime in New York. You all don't care about it. Matter of fact, most people can't stand New York and California, and I understand why. I share it because, and I speak about it because what happens here will end up in your backyard. And if you don't know yet, you will know. If you still don't get it, you're going to get it if we don't do something. So that's why I'm in spaces talking about it. I'm out there posting about it. And that's why I appreciate when someone engages. But I understand Chad's message. He is doing a movement. Scott is doing a movement. We need to support each other on all platforms, on and off social media. There is information that we hear and learn from each other that we should be spreading. And if we're not helping each other out, I'm just going to say this. What are we doing? What are we doing?
I agree with that, and I agree with the message that we should be supporting each other. All that I was trying to do here was just to clarify, like I can see where Scott's coming from, and to clarify, I don't think that he was calling out.
So I don't know who Margot is that well. I joined the Punch Bowl as a listener, but I'm not as sure about what their movement is. I tend to like Scott Presser. Like I think he is actually creating something here, but
More organized, because what I will tell you is that, like, I am now in getting involved in helping to move some of these things forward. I'm finally like in a position where I'm having these discussions with people in leadership positions, and I'm very lucky to be in that position. But my God, it is like pulling teeth or dragging a dead horse up a mountain. Like, it's exhausting. And we've got to get more streamlined. Go ahead, Tom. Sorry. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, I mean, look, um, I I don't believe it is anyone's duty to retweet someone else's stuff on command. I never.
Can we talk about this for a second? Like, no. Do not ask people to retweet you on command, and do not shame them if they do not. That's the worst strategy. It turns me off. Like, also, there might be reasons why I don't want to retweet something at a given time. So, like, for example, maybe I want my timeline to feature all of our streams going down like a view, like, because I do a lot more streaming on the weekend. I try to structure them like gaming, spaces, Jimmy White live. I try to have it structured out so if someone goes to my profile these days, they can go directly see any of the streams really easily. I also have them in the highlights section. So maybe I don't want to retweet a bunch of people that Sunday. But on a Tuesday, well, like I might be having an 8-hour Spaces stream, like kind of like this or whatever, and yeah, I'll probably randomly retweet more often. So it's not that people don't want to support you. I think it's just that you might see the value of getting retweeted right away. I know I want to be retweeted right away. I'm gonna post today that I thought was pretty good, an original song. I'm not mad if people don't retweet it, and I'm not gonna tell them to retweet it. And I can tell you, if you do tell someone to retweet it, they're probably gonna barely retweet you in the future.
Comment. It doesn't hurt. I know everybody has their own thing. Thank you, Low Country. She's working with Gabs on her own thing. These are important messages that might get someone that is on the fence, that doesn't really know what's going on, the information out there in their feed. That's all I'm saying. With that being said, I'd like to go to the next hand, which now I'm getting all screwed up. I think was Chris, then Joel, then Eyes, then we're going to Alex, TMB, and Low Country. Remember your places, people, please.
Good morning, G and Margot and everybody else. Thanks for hosting the space and letting me talk. The earlier topic about the younger voters was interesting. I'm 42, but there's a lot of young people on here that they're totally lost, but there's also a lot of older people on here that are totally lost, and they're going to vote blue no matter who, right? So we did a space yesterday with Tori, and we do spaces where we like to have Gen Zers come in, because let's face it, I'm voting for Trump. But Trump's only got 4 years, guys. All right. If Kamala gets in, then he's not even going to get those 4. He'll unfortunately probably be dead if he even decides to run again for the next election, which I don't think he would. If he loses, it's going to be somebody else. A lot of these Gen Zers, we have people that come in the space that it's going to be their first time they've ever voted. And we talked to them about the different candidates and different issues and all of that. And one thing I'm finding is most of these Gen Z voters, they're very smart, and they don't really care about what's being said one way or the other on social media when it comes to either of the candidates. If it's not something to do with, or if it's something to do with, identity politics or trans or whatever, they're just hurting for money, and they don't know whether or not they're going to be able to afford some place to live and their rent and all this mess. So as far as, reaching those people, it's more about holding spaces and letting them speak and asking them questions about.
I don't think spaces are the most effective way, but I think they were more effective years ago than they were now necessarily. I'm not sure though.
Each that, Tim Walz this, Kamala Harris that, Trump called Kamala, black or whatever. They don't care about all that shit. What they want is they want to be heard, like somebody else said, and they want to discuss issues. Um, with that being said, I would suggest you guys invite Gen Zers to talk in your spaces if you want to reach them. Talk to them, ask them how they think, ask them who they're going to vote for, and ask them if they're registered to vote. That's the other thing. We've had Democrats in there, and the funniest thing is, uh, 2 out of the 3 people were Democrats. One was an independent. The independent blamed Trump for everything, so he's going to vote for Kamala just because Trump caused 1 million people to die during COVID. All right. One Democrat is voting for Kamala because she's not Trump and nothing else matters except for Trump not getting in the office. And the other, uh, whose mic is open? Whose mic's open? Yes, your mic's feeding back, bro.
I got it.
Thanks,
I
man.
got it.
And the other, he's a Democrat, but he's not voting for Kamala because he understands how she was picked for the party was disingenuous. He feels cheated. So there are Democrats out there that are not going to be voting for Kamala. All right. Now, second point. G, you're going to hate me, but I'm going to talk about it. Chad, thank you for your service. I appreciate your service. My dad was in the military for 26 years. I appreciate all veterans and what they do and what they sacrifice. With that being said, all right, 17 hours ago, you know what the post is on Scott's page? It's him with proof, tangible proof of him registering veterans to vote. 17 hours ago on your page, what do I see? I see trash talking. I see the same shit that's on my page. Okay. I search for register to vote, register veterans to vote. 0 results on your page. All right. Proof is what we need. All Scott was asking for is proof of you doing what you do. That's it. To get reposted. That's it. You're the one that brought up not him not reposting you. Why is he going to repost anything on your page that has nothing to do with people registering to vote? That's his niche, right? You're not going to post me. If I was posting Kamala shit on my page, you're not going to repost anything on my page about Kamala.
That's a good point. Yeah, it's like, why do you expect people to repost stuff that isn't relevant? So, like, for the most part, I don't retweet a ton of political stuff. I've only done it recently because of extreme events, but I don't really promote a lot of political stuff in my main timeline. Now, in the replies, I often do. Now, if something's related to the turtles, I'm probably very likely to retweet it.
That's what he's saying. But there's
That's what
information,
he's saying. Is all I do is shitpost.
that we put out
I
there.
don't do anything. I haven't been a part of anything. I haven't changed anything. I don't, And the thing is that when did the Ultimate Warrior Championship of the Republican Party be dictated on going and registering possible Democrats?
For the last 48 hours you have. That's what I'm saying. And for the last 48 hours, there's 0 proof of you doing what you say you do. That's all I'm saying.
Mitch, first of all, again, I'm done with the conversation for the last time. Um, we put out
That's it.
information.
I'm done. I'm done, G. You can drop me down.
No, wait 1 second. I
You
have
can
one thing to say. Go, Chris.
Hurts. The truth sucks.
Hey, real fast, Chris. I do want to ask you. Please invite me to the.
Stop being a dick, dude.
Hey, Chris.
I'm easy to find, homie.
Hey, hello. I just want to say this, Chris. Would you please invite me to your Gen Z space? I do have some things I'd like to discuss on your space with them, and One thing I would always ask you to remind them if you talk to them is to please verify their registration, because most of them get registered through the DMV or some other means, and it is easy to manipulate their party preference on those registrations. That's all I really want to say. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll definitely invite you. And G, if you get an invite, you can come. I think I've even sent Chad invites to come if he ever wants to come. I know Guess has been in there and Mike has been in there. I think Tom has even been in there, maybe. But Chad, don't threaten somebody because you need to get in shape, brother.
Okay, we're gonna slow this down. This is the punch bowl.
Wait, did someone threaten someone? I didn't hear that. No one threatened anyone, I thought. Did anyone threaten anyone? I don't think anyone was threatened. I don't know. I'm gonna do a quick sound check while that's going on, though. I don't think anyone was threatened. I don't know. I'm gonna do a quick sound check while that's going on, though. Oh, yeah, sounds good. And unmute, go back to space.
Please. And if there are any other speakers with their hands up that want to continue it, please find something else to talk about respectfully. Thank you. I love you all. Who's next? Joe. How are you, Joe?
Oh, I forgot it was me. Hey, great space, guys. I didn't know y'all had one on Saturdays, but I didn't have you on a reminder. Now I've got you on a reminder. It's hard for me to catch the weekday spaces, but this is awesome. Thanks, Margot. Thanks, G. I want to share something that I kind of discovered by accident about a week and a half ago. Out of the blue, I get invited to a women's only space. And it was said, "Can you come in and?" It was just a DM. Can you come in and listen to this? So I did. There was about 300 or so, all women. I'm the only man in the space, and I'm listening to them. These were all liberal women. Never voted Republican. It's not like they were converted to liberalism at some point. From the time every vote they've ever cast has been Democrat. They are the hard blue, all the way go. Abortion rights, green hair. This is the group that I'm in. I listened to at least a dozen of these women start to speak. I listened to one who was literally in tears, crying, had to stop because she was overcome with emotion, talking about how she's going to have to hold her nose and vote for Trump. And the single issue that they're locked onto, and they're not wrong. If you're a woman and believe in women's rights, this is not a wrong issue. They're correct, and that is trans. They feel like their spaces are not only being invaded, but they're being evaporated. We've got the Woman of the Year, man, the best athletic records in women's sports, men. Men are taking over everything in their spaces, and they're realizing this. But I listened to over an hour, and it was one after the other who said they were so angry at the Democrat Party. They're blood red angry at them because they're erasing women. And another point that they asked me to speak, and the point that I brought up is we should be concerned about this because if the Democrats take the House and the president's office, they're going to change the Civil Rights Act. Right now, I think it's 4 categories of protected persons that they're protected. You can't discriminate them in any manner. If you go back, and I'm old enough to remember, some of you are too, if you'll go back into the late 90s and mid 2000s prior to the Supreme Court decision for same sex marriages, there was a lot of push to have sexual orientation listed as a protected class in the Civil Rights Act. It was defeated each time. But if the Democrats win the House or win Congress and the presidency, You'll see that in the first quarter. They'll add trans as a protected person, and then it's unlawful for you to kick them out of a woman's bathroom. It's unlawful for you to keep them off women's sports. It's unlawful if you don't hire them and actually give them preferential treatment to be hired. These liberal women have realized that, and they've woken up and they're in a panic. That I spoke or listened to some and spoke to some in the Bay Area. These are all liberal vestiges that they're coming from. They're afraid to speak out in their neighborhood. I don't think they would even say it on a poll. They were whispering it inside the space. But I've got another show. I've done a show on it once on women or men and women's sports. We've got another show on the similar topic on Monday. But I think that is the sleeper issue of this election. Now, I will say, I think it was on Tuesday, we did a show on Walsh just talking about him, had some Minnesota.
I don't know Waltz if I think the best angle on Waltz is the Saul and Valor thing.
But I've got a little bit of a following from out of that space. They
And
came
we're
in.
and we're playing Horizon Zero Dawn while I'm listening to the space and talking over it. We can't stream it super easily for some reason because like PS4's like network or like cast to laptop, cast to computer type thing that I need for streaming doesn't work super well. So I'm playing this game just on my own, but we'll be playing games like Road 96 later and New Tales from the Borderlands. Maybe some Civ. That's kind of our lineup for later today.
Spaces. I think that, like the woman said, a lot of them are going to hold their nose and go in and vote Republican. But I just wanted to share that because I hear all the other topics popping up, which I think are good to our base. If you talk to me about illegal immigration, we probably agree. So you're not selling me, but it's really hard to sell some of the liberals on it because they feel the emotion when it comes to immigrants. They feel like it was bad U.S. policy that created bad situations in their homeland, so it's our obligation to accept them here. But I just wanted to share that, and if that's something, if you guys will look into it, if you reach out and talk to liberal women just about trans, you'll be surprised at the reaction you get. Now they still hate Trump. I think there was another lady in there. What I don't think, but another lady in there said that if I have to vote for Hitler to keep a man with a man in a dress out of my bathroom, then
Hey,
I'm willing
Joe.
to do that.
I just want to
So
offer something to you on
yes,
your space or your podcast. One of the things that, and I'm not bragging about this, please don't think I am, but this happened in my county to a friend of mine's daughter, basically a relative. Peyton McNabb, who was the girl in North Carolina who was hit in the head by a trans athlete and is permanently injured, is a friend of mine. If you would like for her to talk in your space about that, please reach me out to me by DM. I did follow you. Her story needs to get out more. She literally went to the legislature in North Carolina and changed the law for women's sports. And then, of course, Joe Biden made a federal Title IX policy that you can't get money in your state unless you take his policy. And so North Carolina is one of the only southern states that has taken him up on that. And I would really like for her to be able to tell your audience about that if you would DM me.
DM would love to. Monday show would be a good friendly show for her to come into.
She's starting college. I don't
Um,
know if she can make it, but I do want to make the offer.
No, absolutely, and we'll make arrangements there too. I would love to hear from. I know her story. I just know that we have the Democratic convention coming up, and it's going to be dudes in dresses 24/7. Spotlight on dudes in dresses. It's going to be all over it, and it seems to be the Democrat, and that's what these ladies are saying. The Democratic Party is tone deaf to it. They just skip over it like it's not there, and they keep shoving it in their faces, and they are not happy. When I say there's a lot of us in here that will get very emotional about this country, very emotional about how we feel about freedoms and being conservative, and that's what we want to push that direction that way. Times 10 is what these women were. I've never seen the emotional reaction to the way the Democrat Party are pushing trans, and they hit them all from our whatever the dude in the dress is, who's the doctor, surgeon general. Every position on that, everywhere there's a dude in a dress, they made these points, and these are liberal women too, and they are not happy. Now, if you mention immigrants, they'll vomit. If you mention any of our other points, 2A, any of the things that we hold as conservatives sacred, they'll vomit. They're not down with the conservative side, but they will vote conservative because of that one single issue. I was just
Joe,
pretty amazed with it.
Joe, I just wanted to jump in here because as a woman, a mother, and an ex Democrat, I kind of agree with what you're saying because a lot of the Democrats do feel as you said about immigration. They are, you remember, bleeding heart. They, see issues in an emotional sense. But with that being said, as a woman and as a mother, I think we can reach more women and white women, which is the demographic we need to target, that the Democrats have a stronghold on. When it comes to our children, when it comes to protecting them, when it comes to losing our parental rights, that is where I think we can get these women on board with us. So, Joe, I sent you a DM. I'd love to be in on that space if you'll have me, even if it's just for listener. I want to hear how people are taking it, seeing it, but I totally agree with you because, women are emotional beings, and that's where we need to target. And when it comes to our kids, that is something personal. There's mama bears. I'm a mama lion. Leave my kids alone. And I'll be damned if the state, and it's happening here in New York City, or in New York, rather, where we are losing our rights as parents. And I don't think any woman or man, for that fact, when they hear the realistic issues that are facing them as parents and their children, they just might walk in, hold their nose, and pull that lever for Trump, because that's all we have. Our children, like the song says, are our future. So I love it. I love the message, and I kind of agree with it. There are far too many people that are okay with what's going on in this country when it comes to the border. For whatever reason it is, I don't get it, but they're not with it, with us on that.
You're right. The secondary issue, and I'm kind of surprised when Walls gets chosen as the VP out of Minnesota. We talk about his military record. We talk about all.
Something you that happens when you drink less is you get a sweet tooth. So carry some alcohol, now go into cookies. It's a good trade off.
Cannot ask who the parents are, why, and if she doesn't have money, they'll pay for it. If she's being trafficked, a pimp could bring her in there, and by law, they can't ask who this 40-year-old man is who's bringing a 12-year-old girl in to get an abortion. Those are the issues. I think if you stomped on those, anything else I think doesn't think matter, because I think I think women. I mean, I'm a father, and believe me, I care about my children as much as her mother does. But space where other men came in and were kicked out. I was the only one allowed. I felt pretty honored. But folks, anybody's welcome on my night court show. But Monday night we will be talking to some turfs, is what they call themselves, and that will be the discussion. Is that one thing that we can all rally behind and get behind for this election cycle? So thanks, and thank you for the time. Thank you for the mic. I know I went long, but you guys are great, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Joe, listen, check out my view more in my bio. You'll like it. You'll understand where I'm coming from. Follow
I'm
Joe,
doing it
people.
now.
I follow Joe. Just saying. I follow Joe. Man is good. He knows what he's talking about. Thank you so much for coming to Saturday Coffee Talk in the Punch Bowl. And if you can ever make it during the week, please join us. Or you could always check us out by replaying it. We give out some great info.
This space is a decent amount of drama. I think I'm liking it so far.
Saturday.
Just wanted to touch back on the bringing the 20-year-old, the Gen Z, and even some of your younger millennials in, and kind of tie.
Should I come up to speak on that?
A lot of people like to call it a spiritual war, and to some degree, a big degree, it is, right? But it's also a war of illusion, a war of perception, a war of emotions, right? And Gen Zs and those younger millennials, they kind of fall right into that, and that's what the Democrats are going after, and that's what I'm talking about when I, was bringing it up the other day that we really need to coalesce and really push a movement forward towards these young kids, like everybody else is saying, because unfortunately, they got a lot of emotions going on right now. And I think, the other day I said, for me, the biggest one is that they're hopeless. They don't ever see hope of buying a home, having a family, and doing all of the things that so many of us have done. And, our movement, this MAGA movement, it's so big and we're such a force that, I mean, when we coalesce and we move towards something, uh, just look at how quickly the status changes. Uh, Look at what happened with Bud Light. Look at Rittenhouse.
So I see your point. I don't know if I agree that MAG is very united right now. The reason why I'm saying that is you have Nick Fuentes and the Groypers are pretty much declaring war on the Trump campaign right now. If you go to True Social, all the trends, or at least the trends were last night, were like Groyper war and Trump needs to fire Susie Wiles and La Vida and all this other stuff. So I don't quite think conservatives are as united as, say, 2022 and 2023. When people ask me kind of about 2022, I say it was a lot easier. It was a lot easier to work with conservatives and unite with them to get common goals done. This is pre the primary civil war and everything. Back then, people liked each other a lot more. Now I think there's a lot more. Frankly, I think there's a lot more animosity among some people, and there's some hurt feelings. My hope was it would be kiss and make up. Hasn't always been the case for some people, but so is life.
That's where we're at now. We're emotionally segregated in this country. And we have to be careful not to get caught up in that. And I find myself, I mean, I shared with you guys the other day. I have a friend, I know her, got to be over 35 years. And this girl is so hardcore into that leftist message and everything. Well, Trump did this and Trump, he's orange. And no matter what I say, and by the time I get done, I'm so exhausted. And, some days I want to choke her out. But I keep beating the drum. So listen, I'm going to stop on this. I just want to throw this out there because I'm really not sure what to do with it. I put it on my page. But, I'm trying to like really, really get very involved right now. And I'm looking into all different things. And so I heard about this Trump Force 47. And I go online and I go to look it up, and immediately my whole screen, everything came up. It was like a McAfee notice, virus notice, and it said that the this page has suspicious content. Are you sure you want to visit? So there you go. Proof in point that we're in a war of perception. You know.
I will say one thing that is a little bit annoying is political attacks keep coming to you, and some websites keep getting sent to you, no matter what. So it's kind of like sometimes it is kind of spammy. But I do agree there's a double standard here. It goes much more in the favor of liberals than conservatives, and much more against Trump. You just look at the Google News search results.
Them in, even if it's just so that you can get just a little bit of the message out to cause them to think and look further. And that's it. I'm good. This was a great session today. I'm really glad to be in this space. Thanks, guys.
This is an interesting
I
space.
know, I know, Miss G. She's going, yes, the New Yorker who will say coffee with me.
You guys, if you're hearing me talk over these people, I'm not currently on the stage. I'm shit talking or non shit talking or riffing or adding value. Adding value, I add zero value. Adding commentary. So yeah, that's what I'm doing. It's not me being a dick and just interrupting people.
Rip and then guess. Please remember your spots. I'm old.
Hey, how's everybody doing? I'm enjoying this robust dialogue this morning, Ms. G. I'm old. First of all, good morning. Second of all, Punchbowl, I'm obsessed with your new logo. I love it. I think it's gorgeous. And Gabs is going to love it too because that's her favorite color. Um, just to real quick, Joe's doing a space on turfs. Joe, can you drop the link to that space down in the comments so that I can share it with our turf community, Affirming Reality Connected, just so everyone knows what the acronym stands for. It's Trans Exclusionary Radical Feminist, and it was born from the feminist movement um, to help protect women's spaces because of the erasure of women through this trans movement, right? But it's come to include anyone who's willing to get up and fight against gender ideology. So, but TERF as an acronym, that's what it means for those who did not know. Also, Gabrielle Clark's daughter, Danica, made this amazing hat. We just went live with it, and you all, if you're okay with me, I don't want to, be egregious or whatever, but I'd love to put the link to the hat. It's a red hat and it says "Turfs for Trump" and it's red with white and it's amazing. Because that's the thing. There are a lot of the turfs used to be on the left. A lot of them are pro Trump, but a lot of them are former liberals, right, or former leftists. A lot of lesbians, a lot of people. I wouldn't say leftists because they're not pro trans ideology. Something I wanted to share, two things. One, pursuant to Mrs. G's point about following what's going on in New York, and she and I have touched on this briefly between us. You know how they would always say, if America falls, so does the world falls. What's happening in New York is a really good temperature gauge.
Well, I'm in New York, so I'm interested to hear what she has to say.
We don't get this under control. I
Oh,
just read
or I'm around New York, I should say. Again, I can say that. Please do not say where I live on your own spaces.
it's straight direct reporting. Also, Viral News NYC, Leroy Press. These accounts are telling you, sharing, and
Okay, here's the real scoop, guys. It's not as bad as she's saying. Like, it's bad, but it's not as bad as she's saying. I think that sometimes people have this view based on the few stories where it's like, the number of cops I actually see around like Penn Station and Grand Central and whatnot. I'm just saying it's a little bit of a skewed narrative if you're just reading news about New York City on X. That being said, it's also a skewed narrative if you're going to the New York Times. They're not going to be willing to criticize New York City themselves unless they're very, very forced to. So that's why I want to add on New York City. Let's go back to what she has to say.
in New York is a huge temperature gauge, and we are starting to see it bleed over into other urban areas, including in North Carolina. And so, this idea that this is still sort of a faraway problem, every state is a border state at this point. There are over 15 million, of these people. When they say 7 million, oh, he allowed 7 million. BS. It is not 7 million. And 7 million is a big number, but I'm here to tell you it's double that. Also, too, I wanted to share my thoughts on
Can we just
ways in
deport
which
people?
we
Like, we know where they are. Just round them up, deport them. Shouldn't be that complicated, and build a giant wall.
like there's a meme going around that says tampon Tim, and a lot of people are like, they think JD Vance is weird. Well, we think tampons in boys' bathrooms is weird, and you just put the meme tampon Tim. Nowhere in any of that are you sharing why Waltz's policies are dangerous. So, to make an example, I created a post, and I basically shared why this is a problem. And so what I did is I went online and I researched Tim Walt's transgender policy. I found an article from WAPO, our friends over at WAPO. And I took a quote from it. In March 2023, Waltz issued an executive order protecting trans.
That's smart. Try to find things from statements that they said to more liberal outlets. And also, what I would say if you were looking for things to say, go back to the 2020 primary. Remember Kamala Harris, for example, was running for president. Back then, they were running really, 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 really progressive. Like, she was pretty much as socialist as Bernie Sanders with her messaging, and culturally as leftist as could be with her messaging. So if she's going to try and act like Kamala Harris tries to act like she's a border hawk all of a sudden, and that she's going to be this moderate, well, first off, you have what she ran on in 2020, and you have the Biden Harris administration right in between. And then she's trying to distance herself from the Biden Harris branding. But no, this was the Biden Harris regime. This is how they branded it from the beginning. They wanted to put Kamala right next to Biden. They called it the Biden Harris ticket and Biden Harris presidency. You don't get to this abandon that because it's no longer positive to your image for running for president. Like conservatives can hold you to that. It's very game in my view.
That we understand it's not just about calling them crazy. And I think that at the end of the day, especially now because the window is closing in on us, we have to go really hard in the paint on why their policies are dangerous. And mimetic warfare is most effective when you understand its purpose, right? But if your audience doesn't have a grasp on the issue, it's one thing for us to have an opinion about trans ideology, gender ideology. It's another thing for us to understand it so that we can counter that narrative. If we don't understand it, we can't fight it properly. And then we end up doing ourselves a disservice. As Margot and I discussed yesterday.
So the thing is, like, I feel like it should be very easy to disprove. I think it's like what I would just do is take the image, the video of the guy boxing and beating the crap out of that girl at the Olympics, and be like, guys, what are you doing here? Eventually, you have to just figure out like why are we having this conversation? Even it's ridiculous. Like, why are we letting biological men, people born as men? I don't care if you want to call yourself a woman when you're an adult. I might not think you're a woman, but if you want to go call yourself a woman to everyone, you want to go make body modifications, change your name, you can do that stuff. I'm not going to stop you if you're an adult. Semi, you can go do it. Um, but should you be able to go into the Olympics as a boxer and beat down a bunch of women? I'm laughing, but it's like that's what happened. So like that's what I would do. I don't think you need to get into the intricacies of like woke intersectionality theory. So that's something I know. Like, I know a little bit more about like critical race theory, for example, because I did go to like a school where like I was around people that were really into that in the mid 2010s. That was when it was starting to get really, really, really more mainstream, I guess, in academia. And I was telling people at the time, like, this is going to be a problem. This is going to be a problem. And it ended up being a problem. But the thing is, though, what I found is the more you get into a mental, like a very particular niche debate with them, they're able to wiggle out of it and able to default to an appeals to emotion of like, they'll end their lives if we don't allow kids to transition. It's like, okay, first off, way to use, a bad tactic. There's probably a name for that rhetorical tactic, but a bad tactic to actually make people shut up from having, a legitimate discussion. I think that's really the fact of the matter there. But the thing is, you're not going to be able to do appeals to emotion when it's something stupid like athletics. No one wants to see Leah Thomas, the like 6'2", 6'3" male swimmer at UPenn win a national championship in swimming. And no one wants to see an Algerian like male boxer beating the crap out of it. Oh, I'll take that back. A lot of people want to watch it, but they agree it's unfair. That's the absurdity of it. Okay, back to uh, the punchable lady.
You can be anything. And if you can be anything, that's why tampons end up in the boys' bathroom. But if you're just going to sit there on your moral high up on the hill on that moral high ground without ever truly understanding, we don't gain any ground in this fight. And right now we've run out of time. So thank you for listening. I just wanted to say that. And thank you so much to everyone in this room who has shared my content, followed me, shared Gabrielle's fundraiser. You are helping us fight a fight that we absolutely cannot fight alone. And there are not enough of us in it. And we also want the men to join our fight. We need you. Yes, I understand that turf is trans exclusionary radical feminist, but that's just what we call ourselves now, those of us who fight it. But we need and want the men too. Thank you so much for your time and thank you for bringing me up.
Thank you, sister. Listen, you know I'm with you. And people, really, uh, we, a lot of us don't make money. It costs money to go around and be an activist. And I'm sure if anybody was wealthy and could do it without help, they would. But some people can't. And Gabs is out there and she's doing it. So if you could,
Someone that sits out there, yeah, guys, they're right. Like, if you are a full time activist and you have to be careful to figure out which ones are grifters and which ones aren't, like, you can kind of think of them in a way as like political operatives or like, worth sponsoring, like worth patronizing essentially. It's kind of like, um, noticing someone is good in politics and connecting them to a campaign so they get a job. Like all those little things, like there's stuff that, you can do, but oftentimes there is a need for money. So I usually don't rush to say grifter until I know what the person's goal is. So if the person is very much cares about that campaign and is being realistic about their need to make money and they're transparent about it, I don't think they're a grifter. Now, if someone is pretty much solely saying stuff they don't believe in, selling their influence and selling their platform to highest bidder, grifter, or people that are pushing their views or their website's views in such a way to hold a grudge, which I see some conservatives continue to do towards Trump. You know, I think that's bitter. I think it's lame, and I think it should be called out.
then Southern, then Gads and Anita.
Good morning, Punch Bowl. I'm
And I
just
don't think it should
Oh,
be, and I don't think those
speak. I
people deserve the
can
money as much as like
I
activists that
already
might be
know
actually
this.
doing
Ed
something and
stands
might
for
not have
OG.
the
So I got to stick them
finances
in.
to do
So
it
it's going to
as
be
well. I'll say
TMB,
that.
veteran, Rip, Guess, Southern, Gads, and Anita. Please try to remember your spaces.
okay. Good morning, Punch Bowl. It's great to see you here on Saturday morning. I usually go into a coffee with Caroline, and I was looking all over, and then I ran across you, and I said, "Oh my goodness, it's a Saturday." I, like everyone, um, voted for that logo, so I really am glad that you went with that logo that you have right there. And I came up originally a while back ago just to say a few weeks back, I organized a candidate space. And I wanted to say thank you to Scott because I did reach out to him and to so many people, but his name and his voice is out there, and I know he's had some conversations and connection with the candidate that I am campaigning for, Denise Aguilar, here in California Assembly District 13. And he was gracious enough to retweet and come into
Didn't
our
want to have to run to
space,
the
which
grocery store
brought a
today,
lot of
so I'm
people
happy I
on
can.
board.
Woo.
And I'm just some little
Ah.
tiny account. And so I appreciate that so very much. It just gave some more coverage to the candidates here who are behind the blue wall in California.
Yeah, so
And I
here's the
don't
toilet paper I
know a
got.
lot
Anyone's
about
interested?
spaces, just coming from my
It's
perspective, a
Angel
small
Soft.
account just
Yeah,
coming
guys,
on. And
Angel Soft.
didn't know that there was so much.
Angel Soft. You should sponsor the turtles because we could just use your toilet paper like this. It's a natural advertisement. If you want the best bottom experience, look at this. Get it on sale. Here's a view like this. We can do X Society poop poopers. We have X Society food eaters. We can do X Society poop poopers as the next show. But yeah, someone reach out to the Charmans and all the other brands. They should sponsor X Society. I'm half kidding.
Candidate forum, and so I appreciated them, and I'm hoping that I'm not stepping on any toes because I don't know how this whole thing works. So I'm just saying, from a person like me who's new to spaces, we might be accidentally getting in the middle of this politics, but I do believe that we need to be united. I do appreciate Scott for what he's doing. I have been on Chad's spaces too, so thank you for that. And there was one other thing,
I
low
haven't been on many of Chad
country.
spaces.
I really appreciate what you were saying. You know, in California, we already have so many bills where men can go into women's prisons, and this is one of the reasons I'm supporting Denise Aguilar, because she's an advocate and a fighter against all these ridiculous policies. And I appreciate the education about, okay, this can't be a gotcha moment. And because and being able to come with the facts. I just sit and reflect on all this knowledge that I get whenever I'm in here, and wisdom. From my perspective, I feel so overwhelmed by the issues because we have the border issues, we have medical freedom issues with the vaccine injured, we have the
Hit the border issues and use a lot of ads against Kamala on it.
that whole issue, and schools. So, coming from a citizen who's trying to just communicate ideas to other citizens, it can be overwhelming. And I know it would be helpful. I wish that some of you who are very knowledgeable in all these specific areas could, and it's probably out there and I don't know, is there a cheat sheet, something that just gives all the facts about those major topics so that when we're all speaking, we have the information at hand, because I do research and put things in my notes on my phone so that, you know, when new information's coming out, or I find a fact here or there, but trying to keep it all organized, honestly, is very tough. And I want to get better at messaging. So if that's my second question, if someone could help with some cheat sheets. And then third, Tom, I sent you a DM because I'm getting ready to door knock again. And I have had zero training, none. So I literally just knock on doors and talk about my candidate, and it just from the heart. But if you have, I'm sure there's a better strategy. And so you said you would share that with anyone that was interested. So I want to streamline it, do it effectively. And if you could check your DM, I'd really appreciate it. Thank you so much for all this time and all your time that you give every day of the week, because I'm learning so much. Bye, Punch Bowl.
Thank you. I want to jump in here real quick before we go to the
Should we
next
join a new
person.
space?
Um,
What do you think? Stay in Punchbowl or join a new space? Let me see. Let's see what's available. I want to join a stupid room. I want to join a stupid room. I want to join a room about how to speak on spaces. What's the point of these rooms? No, so I'm not talking about the Punch Bowl, to be clear. The Punch Bowl is a cool room. I'm talking about this next room we're about to join. Let's go to Sipwee Tim TV. Okay, so the thing is, tell people you care about them so they feel they can trust you. All right, let's take a listen.
There's an element of responsibility or accountability that they have to help you advance your career, to help try to provide resources for you. And if we stop and think for a moment, if you have 10 people on your team and one leader, imagine the pressure and the overwhelming amount of work that goes into them doing their job, but then also having to attend to the needs of these 9 people that's coming to them complaining about situations but never bringing solutions, that they have to make sure they're showing up to work. There's a lot that goes on in the mind of a leader that we don't often think about because we tend to worry about what's in it for me. What am I getting? Why can't I have something instead of understanding what they may be dealing with? And when we do that,
I agree with that.
it's a level of rapport that is not easily broken. And it will open doors of opportunity for you and give you a level of influence that you never imagined that you would have, even when you don't have the title of leader, because you can lead from the bottom up, but it begins with connection. And that's why I often say in here that in the confident speaking space and community, a lot of people think about the public
The confidently speaking space community? That is a mouthful.
and understanding the different dynamics of how we connect with people. If you can connect with people, you don't have to be a perfect speaker if you know how to connect. At the end of the day, that's the biggest part of it is the connection. Whether it's speaking verbally or it's those interactions that you have with someone sitting at the table having lunch together. It's all about the connection. That's the biggest piece of communication that I want you to always remember. Do I know how to connect with this person? So let's go now over to Brenda, Emily, and then Caleb. Brenda, how are you today?
Thank you so much. I'm doing great. I appreciate you and thank you for allowing me to come up. And hello to the room. Okay, I'm coming in hot. Here I start. Um, I really feel like if we are giving our time to people that feel like they are emotionally unstable, not unstable, oops, scratch that. That if we are giving time to people that feel like they cannot focus, we can do that, but they also need to be a part of the world. So I guess very quickly, um, I am fat. So I can't ask the restaurants to make the chair bigger. I simply need to curtain my weight. So that was just the best way I knew how to explain that. As far as us putting up with others and giving them time, they also need to learn how to, uh, I don't know, level up. All right. So, this is another point here. I have another one after that. Leaders, make our leaders look good. I was a CNA. I needed to make my nurse look good. The nurse needed to make the doctor look good. The doctor makes the facility look good. All right. So it's not kissing butt. It's called working as a team. And being on this app, we need to make Elon look good so that we can continue to use this app. So spaces like this are awesome. We just
Okay, I like Elon Musk, but my job is not to make Elon Musk look good. Come on.
be corrected. You do whatever you want, but they just don't want to be corrected. And so what we do is we look at those people from afar and we don't try to correct them. And we just go on with the show. Thanks for bringing me up. Oh, and Tim, I'm always going to be I'm always going to be available for you. So just know that. I gotcha.
Well, I absolutely appreciate that, Brenda, because you have definitely been a trooper since you found the space, showing up and always willing to step up and do the uncomfortable things. So I really appreciate that.
What
And
am I listening to?
there will be, and I know when I was saying something earlier before the space crashed on us previously, when I was talking about some of the things people may deal with that they don't necessarily know how to control or have the ability to control. And there really are times, Brenda, when it's beyond someone's control to do certain things. And then when we just think about alcoholism for one. So some people get to a point where it literally is beyond their control, where their body pushes them so hard that they can't control some of the behaviors that are happening. But being mindful of ourselves where we can make some changes ourselves. We have to be open to change. We have to be open to feedback. And we have to be open to say that this isn't about
1 year without really drinking, so I consider that a you know cool thing. I don't necessarily think I was addicted to alcohol and never had withdrawal symptoms or anything, but like after not drinking for a while, I'm like, why should I start drinking again? I'm more boring now, but well, I'm boring in my real life. So like what I'm doing right now seems kind of boring to most people. Streaming on the internet, making art. I'm playing a video game. I'm playing Horizon Zero Dawn. But honestly, I think it's more interesting than getting like bottomless brunch drunk, which is some people still around my age are doing. It's like, dude, you're 30 and you're still getting drunk at like 11 a.m. I don't know. Probably not a good thing.
Or medication. So it's a real thing. And we have to be able to embrace that and accept it and then figure out how do we work with that. But have those conversations because Brenda, it depends on who it is and the environment, whether or not I will say something when I see a person demonstrating a certain behavior. Because there was a team I joined a couple years ago, and I joined this team, and there was one person on the team that, I may speak, she may or may not speak back. And it just was one of those situations where I decided, you know what? I could care less if you never say one single word to me. So I just moved on as though we weren't going to have a relationship. And come to find out, later on, she had some thoughts. She felt like my skills were being underutilized and just some things that she felt I was put in a bad situation based on my abilities. And she had a very strange way of showing it to treat me like I did something to her. But she's the same person that would challenge the supervisor. And there was a day that I had a conversation with her and I told her, I said, you know what? You're brilliant at what you do. You are very knowledgeable, and the things that you say are usually right. And there's so much potential for you in the future to be promoted and all these opportunities. But I just want to share this with you to consider. When you challenge the supervisor like that, it puts you in a position where you're going to lose the trust and it's going to remain a combative relationship, and you're not going to get opportunities that you have the ability to have because they aren't going to recognize you or share your abilities with other leaders, and it's going to damage your reputation with others.
Sometimes though, I've been in that situation and I've challenged the supervisor, so to speak. And it's like, look, since you have to be willing to walk away, it's like I know my own abilities, and also it's like if you are beneath someone where like you don't respect them, you don't think that they're doing a good job, it's like I didn't think my whole boss was good, so it's like why would I want to try and like suck up to her if it's like she's trying to screw over my career anyway? So eventually, it's like you'll find something else that's better for you, right? I don't know. I think either you play it smart, like he's saying, play it political, or well, still play it political, but just like don't deal with the shit. Like if you want to just climb the corporate ladder the normal way, yeah, you have to deal with your supervisor, manager, whatever bullshit. But it's not the only option out there, and I think it really comes down to like what you want and what you value in life.
And we figure out how to step in with people because we know it can only help them. And but there are times that I don't care enough depending on the situation. But I just encourage everyone to be willing to do that, not be afraid. Because I ran the risk of her telling me to go stand in the corner or jump off the building because she could be that harsh sometimes. But I was willing to do it because I felt like it was part of my responsibility to at least give her that opportunity to make a change. Me not saying that to her would have ruined her possibility, even though she was demonstrating the behavior. But I had been given a responsibility by God to tell her that. That was my experience. I had to tell her that. So just keep that in mind, everyone. But Brenda, I saw your hand go back up. You wanted to respond?
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I should have clarified, I'm holding my finger on it right now. In terms of spaces, if we cannot control ourselves, we should probably stay off the mic. And I wanted to say something very quickly about asking questions in a meeting. Oh my gosh. I would always ask other people, well, what are we supposed to do? I do anything but ask the person, doing the meeting, and send an email, ask behind the scenes. So I love what you said there. But thank you, Tim.
Absolutely. Thank you, Brenda. So before we go to Emily, I see Donika's hand. So it'll be Emily, Caleb, Greg, Mama B, Yogini,
Ooh,
and then
Mike,
Steven.
I glided in
Yeah,
just right.
mine is
Nice.
going to be short. You're talking about asking question. I have a team. I have a one principal and two vice principal. They are both female, and the principal is male. And sometimes I see how hard it is because kids can be very challenging, and some kids have relationship with teachers and they don't respond to uh, other leaders. So what, you don't have to be standoff or butt kisser, you just have to step in and give that helping hand. And I've done few many times when they try to take kids with them in the office and they don't respond, and I say, come with Miss Gunther, let's talk, and I just walk behind them. I see them turning their head back and say, thank you, Miss Gunther. I've stepped in the office for my own things and I've seen people like having their hands over the head. Hey, how are you doing? Are you okay? And one of the principals, vice principals, she said, Miss Gunther, you always come to the time when I need you. How do you know? I said, I don't know nothing. I just ask because I would love to be asked if I feel like I don't have any choice, or when I am like my tank is down. So we are human beings. It doesn't matter. These people that are in charge, the leaders that we call, they are parents, they are human beings, and they have their ups and downs. They can maybe they have problems at home and they can go through turbulent time, but they put that face, brave face, because they are in charge of others. So always ask people, how are you doing? Can I help you? Give a compliment, smile. It is very important because they build better relationship, and you show them you care and show empathy and compassion. We all need that. And what, you know what happened? They want to do more for you. Thank you.
Absolutely. And very important. And if you don't care how someone is doing, don't ask. Just say good morning or good afternoon if that's all you want. Because if I ask someone how they're doing and I'm listening for their response, and there are times people will say, I'm okay. And my immediate response is just okay. What's everything okay? Anything you need to share? So I will explore the possibility of giving them room to try to figure out how to not just be okay, because it some people really are. Everyone won't tell you that honestly, but some people actually need a person to speak to, and we have that opportunity if we're willing to give them that space. So be attentive to that, and that's part of confident and effective communication, is listening for those indicators, those subtle tones, the pitch that someone uses. You know, you recognize when someone probably isn't feeling well. You know their tone of voice, and you can hear congestion, or you can hear that they probably had to be on medication. So asking people how they're doing goes a long way, and that's all part of that trust factor, that feeling safe and comfortable with you. It's little
So
things
very
that are
quickly, guys, I
easy.
wanted to give some quick advice. I did watch yesterday on movies to recommend. So it ends with us. That's based in the book. That is going to be awful to have to get tickets to right now. Is pretty much every theater is booked solid. Wait a week or two if you have a little girl or you have a teenage girl. Excuse me. You want to take them to see it. What I would recommend, Deadpool Wolverine. Again, I liked it better on my second go around. I would give it a chance. Borderlands. Skip it. Absolutely dreadful film. I was amazed by how bad it was. Trap. M. Night Shyamalan, not perfect. Don't expect it to be perfect, but fun. Please go see it. Anything else to review here very quickly? I haven't seen Harold and the Purple Crayon, but I've heard it's pretty good for a family movie. And Cuckoo. Cuckoo is the other horror movie in addition to Long Legs that is out. That I highly recommend. It was a trippy movie. I did not know what to expect. Like, and I'm probably gonna go see it again so I can look for the little details in it. Again, that is our lineup of movies for this weekend. And let us know if you check any out and what your thoughts are.
And they are on their way to do something that we do not want them to do. So be attentive to that. Thank you, Donika. So let's go down to Emily. How are you, Emily?
I am good. I'm testing my audio.
It is. It sounds like you're in a big room and it's began to fade.
Okay, so let me do this while I stay on because I don't have enough time.
What I tell you what, then while you sort, if you need to go through a small process to change, do you want us to just go to Caleb and then come back to you after Caleb while you transition?
It's good, but can I try now? Is this better?
Yes, that's better. That's better.
Okay, okay,
Definitely.
okay, okay. Thank you. I'm glad that I was able to do it in time. So, hi to the room, Tim. Super happy. Very important topic. Um, I've heard a lot of things that made me really reflect. In a way, the question I had was sort of answered, but I'll try um, to shift it in this way so that I can get some feedback. And it's regarding asking questions and how you are received in asking those questions in settings like meetings.
Yo, so I'm reading the reviews for Trap, the M Night Shyamalan movie. Y'all, this gets a bad rap. Let me show you what I'm talking about, okay? And we'll go back to spaces in a second here. But I want to go to Trap movie. Um, God, if I type that, you know, in the past, it would probably come up, or like, a year ago, it would probably come up with a different video, probably a dirtier video, if I'm being honest. I'm just thinking of what it would be if you had not safe for work off on your search results. But luckily, M Night Shyamalan came out with a movie, so that is a search result. So Trap. So yeah, it's kind of. I'm surprised only 65% of audience like that. Continue about the same line. See, is this sharing it right? Yep. So like here, it's like 54%. I understand why critics don't always love an M Night Shyamalan movie, but I thought it was really well done. And then let's see what an audience scores. Audience scores 65%. That surprises me. I thought that would be higher for the audience scores, to be honest. So it does surprise me a little bit that the audience scores are only like 65%. Like, what is this, guys? Not a very believable story. Are you kidding me? No one goes into Trap, and this is not a spoiler. It's literally in the beginning of the movie and in every shower. It's like no one goes into Trap, a movie in which they have an entire concert dedicated to hunting down a serial killer, and expects it to be believable. Give me a break, my friends. Come on. One second, y'all. I'm gonna go look for a new space. Maybe we'll join the punch ball again if that is up. If not, we might join chatter rooms too. Let's see what's going on in chatter. I wish I could just do a desktop app with chatter. That would help quite a bit. Just more Dream Lounge. Anything in here? No. Whenever Jimmy's up, Jimmy will be up. But we'll look for a new space. God, I'm yawning. I got up too early. Look what the money make a bitch do is Uncle Luca fraud RDB. I have no idea what that means, but let's go look at it. My friend Javon is in it, so I think it might be interesting to check out. So is this a Trump space? What is this? Let me share the audio. Share screen audio. Is that coming through?
There are
Well, both of these are
conservatives
muted
who
for
are
some
getting
reason.
mad at him now
Now it's not
because
muted.
his stance on abortion is it's a state's right. I'm done. No more federal government. No more
Hopefully it's not
enacting
muted
laws.
now.
No. He's also said things like, I'm not going to tax Social Security. And uber Republicans of the past want to cut Social Security and Medicare and Medicaid. And he's like, I'm not touching it. That's not what I'm doing. This man has pretty much proven to you that he's willing to push the narrative and the boundaries of what it means to be a Republican. And with the widespread support that he has from the base, he's the one that we could try to get things passed if we would be willing to work with him. Instead, I think, Dion, your advice is actually counterproductive. I don't think Black Americans should sit out and pout until we get our way, nor do I
I
think that
never
we should keep
said that.
voting.
I never said that. I never
Listen,
said that.
listen. Nor do I think we should keep voting for the same party that has proven
I
over
never
six
said that either.
decades
I never
to not have
said
done
that.
anything.
I never said
I'm
that.
proposing.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. We
I'm
really can't
landing,
hear
Dion. I
y'all.
promise you. What?
Yeah,
What? What?
if Javon, you land, Dion, I'm gonna give you 30 seconds to respond, and I really want to get to these
Yeah, we'll
hands, bro. The
definitely
queue
get to
is
him.
loaded up. It's Matt. It'll be Max, Angelo, Marcus, and then Robbie Blue. I wrote it down.
So again, Dion, my only proposal for Black Americans is this: is when are we ready to change the situation that we've enabled? And like Jay was telling you, when he's out here in everyday America, outside of Twitter, because all this Kamala stuff lives on social media, it's a fabricated thing promoted by the media. Most people do not like the current state of this country. But most people will agree that when Trump was president, their pockets were fat. The world was safe. We didn't have all these illegal aliens. And guess what? People, whether you like the man or not,
Javon's pitch is right. That's the messaging out should be used more by Republicans.
those things do not exist in Biden's America. And if you think Kamala Harris is going to be any type of better because she's pandering to us, it's ridiculous. This is the same woman that literally said, I'm not going to pass anything specifically for black people. Out of the words out of her mouth. And I don't understand why anyone would suggest, especially our community, that, well, we're just going to tick the box for her. Have we not learned after Obama that just because you have melanin in your skin doesn't mean you're for black Americans? I don't know what else, what other proof do we need? We have to change the situation that we've enabled, is my opinion.
So first of all, I'm a presidential candidate. All right, I'm running. I'm a reparations candidate. I'm not telling you to vote for Kamala Harris. That was a stupid point. Second of all, let's go back to the Brandon Ayuk point. Right, Brandon Ayuk is not auditioning for the Cowboys. He's not auditioning for the Pittsburgh Steelers. He's not auditioning for the 49ers. He have leverage. He have the value. He's telling them, if you want me to play on your team, I am not playing for anybody until you give me what I want. He was able to chokehold the 49ers back to the negotiation table because they were not giving him what he wanted. So if you're going to use a Brandon Ayuk uh, analogy, do it correctly. He's not like you, okay? He's not choosing a side. Now, we all know that you worked for the Donald Trump regime back in 2020. You admitted that you were in his cabinet. So we're not going to
I was
ask.
not in his cabinet.
Well, you was one.
I don't think they know what that means because in his cabinet means like Javon is like like the second most senior person in the government, or top.
You have a personal interest with making sure that Donald Trump get elected. What I'm talking about is a mass interest for black Americans, which is completely different, right? So we're on two different sides of the ball game. I'm telling black Americans that we should not give our vote to either the Democrats or the Republicans. I am telling you that you should vote for candidates who have specific interests for you as an American, black American fucking citizen in this country, like Dion D. Jenkins, like myself, who is a reparationist and who have a defense money land grants policy, right, for our people, who's going to go after these white terrorist organizations in high places by using the Patriots Act and the RICO Act under an executive authority and under a state of emergency. I'm saying that, right? So, and you threw a laughing emoji, and this is the issue I have with people like yourself, because when you use Dr. Claude Anderson's name, do it correctly, because Dr. Claude Anderson specifically told us to vote for to uh, create a voting block for our people. Do not give your vote to either side until you build up leverage and you bring up and you build your leverage like a Brandon Ayuk, right? Who's a Pro Bowl wide receiver, and every team understands that he have value. Right now, you're being exploited for your vote, and you cannot be exploited and come to a negotiation table. It don't work like that. When you create a partnership with anybody, it's because you have a leverage with that other person. You have an equal level of leverage, and you can bring accountability to the other side if they do not make amends on their bargain, on their end of their bargain. So
Like the Democrats.
right. So I agree with you with that part of it, right? We should not be giving all of our votes to the Democrats. That is a fallacy. But what we should be doing is creating leverage within ourselves. And in order to do that, you must create your own politicians, get behind your own politicians. Don't give your vote to these establishment parties. It's just like that. Unless one of your own is running under those parties. So if you have a candidate who's a Republican, right, and he's talking about reparations and we're pushing him, and we understand that this candidate is for our people, okay, that's understandable. But don't get behind a candidate just because he's a Republican or because we have personal invested interest in them because we're going to get a job. Let's be real, bro. All right? You trying to get a job because he hired you before and you lost your job because you
We gotta move. Oh shit, my bad, y'all. My dog's going crazy. Yeah, hold on. We gonna move on, Dion. Sorry to cut you off, bro. I really want to get to the hands there. It's clamoring. My notifications going crazy, bro. I'm sorry. I appreciate you speaking, bro. I'm glad you and Javon got that back and forth. I picked up what you saying. I picked up what he's saying for real. Y'all both got really good points. But I want to move on to the hands. Max, you go. Then Angelo, Marcus, Robbie, and then Aaron Stewart.
Hey everyone, thanks for letting me speak. Yeah, I guess I've seen Javon in quite a few spaces, and I'm not sure if the other folks on the stage are Republicans, but I tend to think that. So I think a lot of Black American men might be like myself, which we really haven't ever voted Republican. We see the importance of voting Republican. So I don't know if Javon and the other gentlemen on the stage have all always been Republican, but it would be nice to know, like, if there was a switch, when was that switch? Why was that switch? And then my other question would be for Javon. I see the platinum plan. Okay, that's great. But I would like I would like another Black man to speak to me as a Black American man and say why I should vote for Trump. Because I am seeing Nick Fuentes and the Groypers and all these other people, they're turning on Trump, right? They're saying they don't want to vote for Trump. So, two-part question. And if the other gentlemen are Republicans, I do think it helps other Black men for you to share with us your story of when you turn Republican, why you turn Republican, and those are my questions.
Yeah, so just real briefly about mine. 2016 was the first election I could vote in. I was 18 in 2016. And Hillary Clinton took her ass in the Breakfast Club and said the one thing she always carries in her purse is hot sauce. And that was when Beyonce's song at the time was pretty popular. I can't remember it right now, the name of it. But it was that moment that I was like, hold up, wait a second. She that might be pandering. She might be just like seriously just trying to say what she wants to hear because she's on a what she thinks we want to hear, be relatable because she's on a black radio show. Not unlike Kamala Harris bringing out Megan Thee Stallion, or recently saying that her favorite rapper alive is Tupac Shakur. So again, it's the blatant pandering for me. And then I started to kind of dig into conservative policies regardless of who the politicians were. I wanted to know what it meant to be a conservative, what it stood for. And I realized, wait a second, I'm a gun owner. I want the right to protect myself, my family, my property. Wait, I don't like high taxes. Wait, I'm also military. I believe in a strong defense and I want to make sure that we're properly funded. So I started looking at the issues and stopped looking at the people. And that's what made me lean towards Republican. And I cast my first vote ever for Donald J. Trump. Um, And that's kind of how I ended up. And I don't remember your second question though. I'm gonna be honest, I forgot it.
It was essentially speak to me, right, another Black American man, and really share with me why Trump, because I am seeing Nick Fuentes and the
Oh, right,
Groypers and people
right.
turning on him.
Why Trump? I think it's pretty clear. I think for me, the biggest issue that's facing our country right now is illegal immigration. I do not like the fact that all these people are coming into the country, getting benefits, getting attention, getting resources that we fought for decades and told no, and we're told no. I also don't believe that Kamala Harris, when you look at her, she really hasn't given us anything to vote for. This woman doesn't have any policies on her website. You have no idea what Kamala believes in. Go look at her website right now. You will see about 7 ways to donate and 0 policy positions. I'm telling you right now.